Now, President Vladimir Putin of Russia will be touching down in India's national capital in what is all said to be the biggest ever summit between India and Russia, between President Putin and Prime Minister Narendra Modi of India. It's the 23rd India-Russia summit. The president is going to be in India for 27 hours. His aircraft will be landing in about 40 minutes. We're beginning our non-stop rolling coverage of the arrival of one of India's most time-tested friends, Russia, at a crucial time in global geopolitics. On NDTV, over the next 27 hours, I promise you a front row seat to what we're calling the big Putin parade, and that's what it's going to be, with ceremonials, agreements, and a huge dose of body language and bromance between these two leaders. But I'm not alone as we kick off our special rolling coverage here on NDTV. Always such a joy to be joined by my friends Padmaja and Vishnu, the three of us.
Dramatic entry.
Well, dramatic is how the arrival of Putin is going to be. So I'm just trying to set the mood, guys. We've got our teams out there at the IGI airport waiting to welcome Vladimir Putin. Let's begin by, you guys want to say something before we go to our breaking news?
I think it's very significant that you said that, we are here, friends and colleagues, talking about it, because that one word, friendship, is pretty much going to define the next 27 hours. The fact that the Prime Minister himself is going to receive Putin at the airport when he touches down, the kind of bonhomie, the kind of body language, Vishnu, that we've seen between the two, the way they address each other, my friend Modi, that is not lost on anyone.
He flies in an Illusion 96 aircraft, Shiv.
The Illusion 96 is a big wide-body passenger jet. Vishnu,
you asked me for my opinion, so I mean that's the first thing that came to my mind. We can talk about Putin later.
Vishnu in a few minutes from now is going to have a flight radar screen up. He's going to show you the live arrival of President Putin.
Flight radar has put the transponder off, so we are unable to actually.
Which means you tried.
I tried.
You sneakily did try.
I did. It was the most, Padmaja, the most tracked flight in the entire world on flight radar.
Vishnu is already on the radar of the Russians. Let's make no mistake about that. But the big story right now, of course, is that VIP protocol is in place at the Delhi's Palam airport. The Palam terminal is where all visiting dignitaries land. It's controlled by the Indian Air Force. Putin will be landing in his, like Vishnu said, his Illusion 96 aircraft in about 35 minutes from now. And the Prime Minister of India is likely to receive Putin. Vishnu,
but there's a story here, Shiv.
This is befitting as well.
No, but the story is a couple of hours back when I reached out to our sources to inquire whether or not it would be the Prime Minister, they were rather cagey about the information and suggested, oh no, but we never heard of anything like this. And I'm thinking to myself, it would probably, Padmaja, have been the befitting thing. But there was a little bit of, we don't know anything. And I realized that they knew exactly what was likely to take place. So there is a strong expectation of the Prime Minister being there, certainly the External Affairs Minister being there as well. But that's not surprising at all. The Prime Minister has an incredible relationship with Vladimir Putin. And
I wonder if they're going to ride in the same car. Remember the last picture of the two of them together was that amazing car ride, the two of them. And in fact, all of us were on air at that time as well. And the messaging, the fact that this is his first visit after the beginning of the war, he is going to be in India. The message is going to be sent out to the West. It is going to be sent out to our neighbor in the North as well. What happens at the airport, the hug, the ride, all of that is going to be on everyone's radar, no pun intended. Let's go straight across, in fact, to Aishwarya, who joins us from the Palam technical area. The protocol has already been put in place. Over to you, Aishwarya.
Well, that's right. And Prime Minister has done it in the past, be it Barack Obama, be it Sheikh Hasina, be it the Prince of Saudi Arabia. It is Prime Minister Narendra Modi who had breaking that protocol, receiving them and coming down to Palam Technical Airport. But what I can confirm to you is that the Prime Minister's protocol is in place. The SPG has arrived over here at the Palam Technical Airport, and where media personnel usually cover these dignitaries while they arrive on their state visits, we have been pushed 100 meters back just because the entire area had been converted into a fortress, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi, along with senior MEA officials, the ministers from the Indian government, to receive Russian President Vladimir Putin, who is coming with a large delegation, would be receiving them personally. And let me show you this quick visual before I tell you the other story around it as well. As the complete area has been barricaded, it's been sealed completely for the traffic as well, and there has been SPG in place, Indian and Russian flags all over the entire passage on display. There has been huge posters of welcoming Vladimir Putin that has been on display as well. Cultural shows and India's heritage would be on display inside the Palam Technical Airport as soon as Vladimir Putin would be landing.
And we will have those live pictures once the president's aircraft lands at the Palam Technical Area in Delhi. But Vishnu and Padmaja, I'm going to go ahead and say that it's very likely that the Prime Minister is going to receive his friend Vladimir Putin in Delhi in a few minutes from now. I don't know whether they're going to ride in the same vehicle, but let's remember and tell our viewers that these are two leaders who do their own thing. Of course, they follow protocol, but it is very much up to them whether they want to travel in the car together. I'm going to wager and say that sometime during this trip, they're going to sit in the same car.
So I think what the Russian president is likely to do is he's going to be going off to his hotel, that's the Moria, not too far from the airport. And then he has dinner with the Prime Minister tonight.
Yeah.
So whether or not they exit the airport in the Beast, the Russian heavily armored vehicle, which President Putin sort of uses across the world or not, that remains to be seen. But just for the benefit of our viewers, tomorrow is going to be the really big day when it all starts. There will be that very warm reception dinner that the Prime Minister has with President Putin today. But then tomorrow, 9:15 a.m. is the ceremonial welcome at Rashtrapati Bhavan. They'll be moving to Rajghat after that. There'll be Hyderabad House, where the India-Russia annual summit is going to take place. That's essentially what this visit is all about. They'll be going to the Bharat Mandapam later on in the day for the India-Russia Business Forum. And then at night, President Murmu will host a presidential banquet. The Russian president is, of course, chief guest before he departs for
So it's a 27-hour trip to India.
And in fact, on the agenda, whatever the government of India, the sources are indicating at this point, the biggest talking point is going to be business. At a time where the West has tried to isolate Russia, Putin's visit here making it absolutely clear that we have other channels open. We are talking to China, we are engaging with India, and we have plenty of options in front of us. The visit will go a long way in strengthening economic cooperation because of the large delegation of business people and very different avenues open before India. Would you like to talk through some of that? Because they're talking about how you've got Indian exports to Russia, exports in the field of pharmaceuticals, automobiles, agricultural products, marine products, but of course, defense. Shiv.
Yeah, I mean, huge. Vishnu and I, in fact, right before this broadcast, we just locked up the latest episode of our defense podcast, which crystal ball gazes all the big things that are going to be on the table when Putin is here. And it's huge. The relationship between India and Russia, especially under these two leaders in the last 11 years, I would say, has in many ways amplified those sweeteners. Defense, military cooperation, weapons deals, all of those things are definitely on the table. But like you rightly said, that enormous CEO delegation that's traveling with Putin, we can't ignore that, Vishnu. That's the flavor of the day. I agree with Padmaja. Defense is there. Defense is the reliable layer of this relationship. Nothing can shake that. But the business, the trade, the agreements, the manufacturing, the partnerships, that is what is on the table here.
Yeah, so there'll be no defense deals, Padmaja, which are going to be signed this time. There would be a little bit of an impetus to existing deals. For example, the deal for submarines, one submarine, a nuclear-powered submarine, which might, be pushed along because that's been signed and done. It's been delayed. And what will take place, as you mentioned, is a clear effort by India to push through pharma, auto. There is a trade deficit which exists between Russia and India. It is India's goal to step up our exports to Russia. When it comes to Russia, they've been exporting a lot of their weaponry to India. Crude oil, of course, which forms the large bulk of Russia's exports to India. That's gone down a little bit because of American sanctions. But India wants to ensure that this is business. But defense, it's a great talking point because I think even now it's approximately 60% of our armed forces rely on Russian weaponry. But Delhi's interest is, exactly as you mentioned. it's pharma, auto, it's setting up the
agricultural products,
economic corridor between Chennai and Vladivostok. It's all of that which we're looking at.
And of course, a lot of spotlight remains on the defense imports that India has, but there is a lot happening. Behind the scenes, all the talks have happened for Russia at a time. And let me also get in our guests at this point. We've got Jayant Krishna, Senior Fellow, Strategic and International Studies at CSIS, is joining us, along with former Ambassador Ashok Sajjanhar, Air Marshal Anil Chopra, Defense Analyst with us, Lisa Curtis, Director for Indo-Pacific Security at the Center for a New American Security and former Deputy Assistant to the President and NSC Senior Director for South and Central Asia in the first Trump administration, and Dr. Brahmachalani, geostrategist and columnist, joining us now. Dr. Brahmachalani, I would like to start with you first. Business. For Russia, this is an important trip. Why? And why is business at the center of it all?
It's a good question. And that has very much to do with Russia's growing dependence on China. China has become Russia's critical economic lifeline thanks to Western policies. The West has pushed Russia closer to China through unprecedented sanctions and by isolating Russia from the Western markets. Now, President Putin, by coming to New Delhi, is both signaling that Russia has options beyond China, that Russia will not become a junior partner of Beijing. But more importantly, he's trying to show, by bringing in 75 CEOs from Russia, that Russia is very serious about reducing its economic dependence on China by building stronger economic ties with India. The bilateral relationship between Moscow and New Delhi has largely been concentrated on two sectors, defense and energy. But if what Putin is seeking to do, and this is very much in India's own interest, that this relationship broaden to greater economic depth and actually become a partnership, not just dependent on defense deals or energy deals, but actually the trade and economics become the drivers of the Russia-India relationship. If that were to happen, it would really make Russia more independent of China. Also, it will help India to reduce the trade surplus with Russia. And overall, it'll be good for India's strategic autonomy and also for Russia's own strategic autonomy. So in that sense, I think this emphasis on economic and trade issues is very important. But I think it's also very important for Russia and India to operationalize what I would call a sanctions-proof partnership. That is a partnership that cannot be derailed by Western sanctions. And at the heart of this challenge is to develop payment mechanisms that bypass Western financial controls. It's very important for the two countries to settle their trade more and more in national currencies, but also to institutionalize payment mechanisms that bypass the SWIFT system and the US dollar, because ultimately, if this relationship is to progress and pick up momentum, it's very important that they have payment mechanisms that are sanctions-proof.
All right, let me cut across now to Vishnu and Shiv as well, because S-400 has been the buzzword ever since Operation Sindoor. Now S-500 also on the table. Why? They'll tell you.
You know, this is an incredibly intricate relationship, but this is something that Vishnu and I have been looking at all year long. The S-400 is a missile system that's already in service with India, Vishnu, but the S-500 is something that Putin is pushing towards India. Tell us a little bit about both these systems and why they're so important.
So I'm going to walk across to the S-400 that you've got on your side. And, you know, just for the benefit of our viewers, this is a system that's done incredibly well during Op Sindoor. You know, I mean, it was our first line of defense during Op Sindoor. It was the system which intercepted incoming Pakistani cruise missiles, some of which were incredibly fast. This is the system, Shiv, which knocked out that Pakistani AWACS aircraft at a range of 314 kilometers, which is a world record.
Yeah.
So in as much as the S-400 is able to do this extremely well, what you've got or what we've got actually on this side is the S-500, which is still in development, but it is a system which can intercept incoming intercontinental ballistic missiles. They look very similar. It's the missiles and the engagement radars and the long-range radars which are different. An intercontinental ballistic missile comes in at Mach 14 plus, 14 times the speed of sound. This system, the S-500, is able to launch its missiles to intercept incoming ICBMs in space.
No, so
that's what it's
the S-400 that Vishnu was just talking about, remember, it was ordered by India in 2018 as part of the biggest deal, Vishnu, that India and Russia have signed so far, $5.5 billion. Those missile systems performed incredibly well. They were game changers, as Vishnu said, during Operation Sindoor. And that's the reason why India is about to order 5 more. We're going to double our order for S-400s. That'll happen after the Putin summit, of course. But the S-500 is that big game changer that the Russians are now trying to push, which could be a co-production where, unlike the S-400, which was bought off the shelf from Russia, the S-500 could actually be built as part of a joint venture between India and Russia. And talking about...
Shiv, just a few, just a few details about the S-400 itself. What you see actually over here on our screens are the missile launchers, right? The S-400 has several missiles that it can actually fire, about 5 missiles. Some which can hit targets at about 40 kilometers, some going up to 400 kilometers. So it's got different missiles for different ranges. It's got very impressive long-range radars and an engagement radar. It's not just this, it's this plus various components, and they're all mobile.
No, so,
that's what's the big deal.
$10 billion in terms of the S-400, many multiples of that for the S-500 mean that defense, needless to say, as Padmaja was saying as well, is the big sweetener of this relationship. But speaking of Operation Sindoor, where Russia actually affirmed what a reliable diplomatic ally it is, take a look at this.
When the storm hit Delhi, Moscow didn't blink. Because some friendships never fade. They forged themselves in fire, and in Operation Sindoor, that iron bond showed its strength again. Russia, India's all-weather friend, a partnership older than most of the systems it built. The results were crystal clear on the front line. There were pinpoint strikes as silent shields defended Indian territory. All this while jets roared with intent above. At the tip of the spear was the BrahMos, and during Operation Sindoor, it spoke with devastating accuracy. Targets deep behind enemy lines hit with surgical precision, fast, fearless, and totally unmatched. Above the battlefield, another giant stood guard. The S-400, a shield of radars, a wall of electronic eyes, drones and incoming threats intercepted, blinded, forced to turn back or be turned to scrap metal. And then came the Sukhois, the aircraft India knows as its own, Russian by origin and Indian by production. Their strikes were sharp and decisive. But the story runs deeper than one operation, from historically being buyer and seller to now becoming co-creators. Manuals have transformed into shared blueprints and imports into joint technology. BrahMos proved it, the S-400 underlined it, and Sukhoi has stamped it. New collaborations are reinforcing it. And now the leaders meet again in New Delhi with the message as clear as daylight. This bond is no fair weather friendship. It's tested, trusted, and has been hardened by the sands of time. While Operation Sindoor will be remembered for its precision. It will also be remembered for a partnership that has held strong for decades together. An unrivaled tale of two nations with one massive battlefield edge forged together.
And what we can tell you is that Vladimir Putin's aircraft is about to enter Indian airspace. It's over Pakistani airspace. I'm tracking it on Flight Radar 24. It just flew over Rahimyar Khan Air Base.
A base that India hit during Operation Sindoor. Vishnu
I wanted to say that.
He wants to say it.
Did you hear that? He just wouldn't let me say it. Anyhow.
Go ahead.
Joining us now, Lisa Curtis. Lisa, thanks very much for being with us. How would you respond, or how would anybody respond to the argument that given the changes in the relationship between India and the United States, the fact that we've had sanctions, that there have been tensions, there have been rather open disagreements, not least of all about Op Sindoor and how it went, that many in New Delhi would likely feel that, look, at the end of the day, it's Russia which is the most reliable diplomatic ally that we have?
Well, I think that's clearly the message that is being sent by this major visit by President Putin to India. I think India is sending a message that, no matter the kind of pressure that President Trump wants to put on India, the tariffs and other, pressure points, that India will value its strategic autonomy, and it will continue to pursue relationships with countries that it trusts and relies on. Unfortunately, I think that this visit will boost Putin at a time that he deserves international isolation. Yep. He's escalating the war in Ukraine. He's threatening Europe with drone incursions and cyber attacks. So it's the timing is very unfortunate because it is going to give a boost to Putin when he shouldn't be receiving that boost. But I think, for India, they have felt pressured by the Trump administration, the tariffs, the high tariffs. And then also, I think there's a sense of betrayal might be too strong of a word, but they're disappointed in President Trump's response to the 4-day conflict between India and Pakistan in May. Whereas the Russian S-400 came through for India, India relied on it during that conflict. On the other hand, President Trump has tried to emphasize his role in the ceasefire between India and Pakistan. So there's been a strong disagreement on the version of events between India and the United States. So I think, all of these factors make this visit very significant. And the real question is, how will President Trump respond to the visit? We don't know. He's fairly unpredictable, but will he notice this visit and will it anger him? Or is there too much going on in the rest of the world that this won't come across his radar?
I have a feeling he'll say something. It may not be immediate, may not be during the visit, but it'll come out in some form, manifest either as a Truth Social post or in some kind of action that he might actually take, or even a soundbite. But, this is a special broadcast that we're bringing to you here on NDTV that is split between Delhi and Moscow, from where the president's aircraft took off a few hours ago. It's about to land. It's going to be landing in a few minutes from now, and we'll be live at the Palam Airport in Delhi for that arrival. But I want to very quickly take you across to Dasha Chernyshova, who joins us live from Moscow. Dasha, welcome to our coverage. Thanks for being with us. The big summit begins tomorrow, Dasha, but tonight, just after your president arrives, there's a big private dinner with Prime Minister Modi.
Absolutely, and we have heard the Russian president ahead of this trip telling the Indian media that there is some sort of personal bond between himself and Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi. So certainly this is something that will be followed, and the Russian president is going to India with a very clear understanding that India is a long-standing partner of Russia, be it in the bilateral relationship or the international track. They are partners on numerous organizations, including including Brics, something that has emerged to become even greater important over the past couple of years, since Russia has been finding itself in a different position from the West and looking for the partners elsewhere, especially in the countries of the global South. And this relationship is certainly something that will be only serving to boost the bilateral ties that these two countries have.
You know, Dasha, it's been less than 4 months, and this is the second meeting that's going to take place between the two of them. Are they going to carry forward some of the momentum from their earlier 45-minute chat that they'd had? And we're going to see that not just in the engagements tomorrow, but also the talks that take place privately today.
Yeah, precisely. But we have to keep in mind that this is a very long-standing relationship, and the expectation is that it will only be getting deeper. Now, the Russian president is going to India with a very clear agenda. They want to extend the portfolio of their trade relationship, because so far many have been saying that it is sort of unbalanced. They want to balance it out. From the Russian side, we also understand that there is appetite to make sure that the Indian imports of Russian energy exports keep flowing, although there have been also very many statements coming from the Russian side that Moscow understands in what position India is finding itself under the pressure from the West, especially the Western sanctions, and most recently US sanctions over Russia's Rosneft and Lukoil companies. And the Russian president is certainly traveling to make sure that it can offer something in return. And obviously that dinner diplomacy is something that will be serving those goals as well. And keep in mind, the Russian delegation is huge. The Kremlin foreign policy aide Yuri Shakov, ahead of this trip, has been saying that it was very difficult to cut that delegation members because there were so many members of the Russian representatives who were willing to go to the trip as well.
All right, Dara, we'll come back to you in just a moment from now. I wanted to go back to Ambassador Sajjanar. Before I come to him, President Putin's flight is now over Indian airspace. He's over Rajasthan on the stage. He should be in Delhi, landing in the next couple of minutes. Ambassador Sajjanar, on the oil front, we were among the largest importers of Russian crude till just a few weeks back. Then, of course, America sanctioned Russia, as a result of which it became unviable for our oil importers to continue with any large-scale import of Russian oil. Is there a sense that India will return to importing Russian oil, assuming the war in Ukraine comes to an end?
Yeah, thank you very much, Vishnu, for having me. The offtakes till November, that's till last month, have been, in November, it was the highest ever. What we are expecting is that from this month onwards, the decline is going to take place. So energy, both as far as fossil fuels are concerned, also as far as nuclear energy, because we put it under one rubric, both of them are very, very important. In fact, Russia is the only country which has supplied nuclear reactors to India, notwithstanding the fact that we got the unique one-time waiver, from the IAEA in 2008. There is no other country that has supplied this. It's only from Russia that we've got in Kudankulam, and now, 6 more in Andhra Pradesh. But as far as oil and fossil fuels, the oil imports are concerned, it is quite likely, because as we have said, that, we tell our people not to go out and buy, Russian oil, but we tell them to go out and buy the most competitive, oil that you are able to procure on the global markets. Mm-hmm. So I think this is what they are going to see with Rosneft and Lukoil are down. Yeah. They account for about 55 to 60% of all the oil generation and exports from Russia. There are other companies which are not under sanction. Definitely from those, we will continue to buy that. Okay. But I think there's the determination on both sides. You just had a discussion about increasing trade between the two countries, bringing it to $100 billion by 2030. I have done 2 tenures in Moscow. And around both those tenures, one in the early 90s when it was a part of the Soviet Union, late 80s, part of the Soviet Union, and late 90s when it was Russian Federation. Trade for a two countries which are special and privileged strategic partner has been quite dismal, if I can use that expression. It's been just in the range of $10-12 billion. You compare it to what we have with China, more than 100. You compare it what we have with United States, about 200, and so on and so forth. So right now, the impetus, the boost that has been given is due to the import of oil and fertilizer and vegetable oil that we are getting from the United States. Out of the 69 billion, only about 4.5 billion are exports from India. So I think the
Ambassador,
focus...
you make a really important point that it's essentially one-way traffic. I'll come back to you in just a moment. Air Marshal Chopra.
Just wanted to tell our viewers, Vishnu, that those are live pictures that you see on your
Palam
screen right now from the Palam airport. So if you watch your screen in about 10 minutes from now is when...
No, it's going to take a bit more time than that.
Okay.
So 10 minutes, the Prime Minister is going to be there. Within the next 10 minutes, the Prime Minister is going to be at
the Prime Minister's cavalcade. The Prime Minister's cavalcade is leaving towards the airport.
President Putin's flight is still at 34,950 feet.
Okay, so it's going to take about maybe 15-20 minutes to land. But I just wanted to show you those pictures because NDTV's cameras are out there. Hopefully, we'll catch a glimpse of that Illusion 96 actually landing. But I wanted to bring Air Marshal Chopra in as we get those live pictures back on our screens. Air Marshal Chopra has spent many months, if not years, in Russia. I know that for a fact. Overseeing one of the crucial upgrade programs of the Indian Air Force, the MiG-21 BIS upgrade, if I'm not mistaken.
It became the Bison.
He knows a thing or two about Russian defense. And Air Marshal Chopra, it's an interesting time that Putin is here because you've had Donald Trump literally tell India, you better not buy any more Russian weapons. And here he comes with a bag full of offers. We've got many things on our list that we need to order from the Russians, like the S-400. Minutes before Putin arrives, what's your take?
Yeah, Shiv, I must say that the greatest media hype has been on defense equipment, mainly because, some of it makes great visuals. You've seen the Su-57, mother of all these.
You're calling out the TV walas.
Yes, surely it is going to be spoken of, but nothing it can come off just like that. Yeah. So much of detailed discussion will have to take place, and we remember that we have come out of the FGFA program in 2018, which was the predecessor to the Su-57. But surely additional missiles, about 10,000 crores for the S-400 will be there, the S-400 deliveries, which is more related not so much to production, but more related to balance of payment issue will be discussed. Surely 5 additional S-400 we require, maybe actually we require 15 because we are a continental sized country. So this is surely going to be a hot ticket. S-500 will be spoken of and they will request that such an offer. Mind you, only one system is operational as of today. It's around Moscow, and it will be some distance away. If it comes, it will be in 2030s. So, but there are other programs like the medium transport aircraft, which the Russians are trying to push. They are still wanting the Ka-260, which is the light utility helicopter. They very much know that our own LUH by HAL is still, is behind time. It's still at the technology demonstration stage, not even reached prototypes. So there are going to be issues. We are going to look for the R-37M, the long-range, missile, which is required for air-to-air. They may even mention about this Sukhoi Superjet SJ-100, for which HAL has recently signed an MOU in Russia. Of course, Chakra 3. The current timelines in public domain is 2028. Maybe India would want it to be, hastened. There are issues on the Indo-Russia rifles because...
Air Marshal Chopra, what you've reminded us of is one thing that's very funny, which is that if we start listing every item on the defense and trade relationship between India and Russia, we will have to probably spend 27 hours actually doing that. Vishnu and I just did that a moment ago, and it's incredible how many things there actually are. Vishnu, nuclear is also on the table. There's also nuclear.
Something we are looking at a miniature. In fact, if
Prime Minister's cavalcade,
all right, Prime Minister's motorcade over there entering Palam. These images coming in to our viewers from Palam Airport. We can see those vehicles. One with the India flag. A couple of them. These are the armored vehicles that the Prime Minister uses. The Russian president should be landing in a couple of minutes from now. But Jan Krishna, if I can come across to you. I think Shiv raises an important point, energy cooperation. And we're now talking about modular and small-sized nuclear reactors. We've seen Russia lately have a big role in the Kudankulam nuclear plant. Do you expect to see any developments in energy cooperation?
See, one thing is very clear, Vishnu, that, I think India has been the largest crude oil importer, perhaps second largest after China from Russia. But, after the American sanctions against a few Russian companies, this slowed down a bit, even though the overall offtake in November was higher than the earlier month. So I think, they need to figure out that, how to not to stop or not to slow down the crude oil import from Russia, these sanctions notwithstanding. I think that's very important. But I think more than the crude oil, I think it's the overall trade deficit which India has vis-a-vis the international trade between Russia and India. I think that's very important. This deficit in favor of Russia and against India was about $3.4 billion in 2020. Now, last year, full year that we have the data of, it rose to $63 billion. I think this in today's day and age, is not acceptable at all, because India typically imports, defense equipment, oil we just talked about, fertilizers, edible oils, and so on and so forth. But there's hardly any critical mass in any of the products that we export to Russia. I think that is something which, and fortunately with Russia, we do not have as many tariff barriers, but there are more of non-tariff barriers which are troubling India. Otherwise, products like pharmaceuticals, garments, textiles, shrimps, and other marine products, I think there is even farm products, there's no reason why India should not be exporting it big time. And while it may not be on the agenda, but I think somewhere it will also be discussed that shouldn't India have a free trade agreement also with Russia, the way we have just concluded with UK, with UAE, with Australia, and also discussing with European Union. I think this is very, very important. Otherwise, no matter how much we talk about the relationship, time-tested one, a historic one, a great one, but there's a complete imbalance.
Half a second, just give me 1 second. Just want to edge in. Yeah, go ahead,
we've been talking about how India is trying to bump up its trade with Russia. How is America going to take that? Because that really is going to be the next big question. India is unimpressed by any pressure that has been put on it so far. What kind of reaction do you foresee from America?
Is that the question to me?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So, one thing is very clear. India can't keep on laying all eggs in the American basket when it comes to export from India to the US, right? It just can't happen, right? We have seen that, how unilateral and a partisan levy of, import of duty of tariff of 50% has been levied. And half of that is because of India continuing to import crude oil from Russia. So I think no matter what America feels, frankly, India should not care beyond a point. I'm not trying to say that our relationship with the US is not important. It is important. US is the second largest trade partner for India, and US is the country where we get the maximum amount of FDI. But it does not mean that we will develop that and further that relationship at the cost of our relationship with other countries. That cannot happen, just cannot happen. But I think areas more than the trade imbalance between India and Russia, another thing which is very important is there's hardly any foreign direct investment that we get from Russia. I think that is also very, very important.
No, all of these things are going to most definitely be discussed. They are being discussed. Like you said, a trade agreement between India and Russia definitely on the table. Huge potential for what to achieve between these two countries. As Ambassador Sajjanar said, live pictures of the Prime Minister's motorcade reaching the Delhi Palam technical area. This is the VIP portion of the Indira Gandhi International Aerodrome, which is controlled by the Indian Air Force and the VIP squadron that operates from there. That's where VIP dignitaries land. It's a special arrival area where the Prime Minister of India, who has just arrived, as you can see in these pictures, Padmaja and Vishnu, he will be there. So, like we first reported earlier this afternoon, this is not disproportionate at all. This is the relationship that India takes, preeminently. It's an important personal relationship between the two leaders as well. So I'm not surprised even slightly that the Prime Minister...
let me ask you this, Vishnu. How is this decided? Because it's the kind of protocol that is accorded to which visiting dignitary. How is it decided that, so-and-so will be received by the MOS External Affairs or the External Affairs Minister or the Prime Minister himself?
So in the case of most leaders, Padmaja, there's a minister in waiting, and that doesn't have to be the Minister of State for External Affairs or the External Affairs Minister. It's a designated minister who comes and greets the visiting leader. But in the case of important relationships and ones where there is a personal equation, you do see the Prime Minister very occasionally making this gesture. It's actually a gesture of friendship. And I can tell you that this is something that's not necessarily planned out well in advance. It happens reasonably spontaneously. The Prime Minister
chances are Mr. Putin won't know that he'll be received by the Prime Minister.
When I reached out to my sources about 4 hours back, and I said that, is there a possibility of the Prime Minister sort of being there? Their answer was very simple. Vishnu, we don't really know at this stage. Why do you ask? And I said, well, it does seem to be likely, don't you think, given the relationship? And then, they said they'd get back and they never did. And now we've got these pictures.
We've got Maxim Oreshkin. He's Deputy Chief of Staff of the Russian Presidential Executive Office. Maxim, welcome. Your president's going to be landing in just a few minutes from now. The Indian Prime Minister has arrived at the airport. Anything on your mind? Anything you want to say about this big visit right before the President of Russia lands?
Hello. We have a really interesting business forum which happened already today. We started in the middle of the day, and we discussed opportunities for India's business to come to Russia to export goods and services, because we believe that this is the key element of discussions that will be happening tomorrow, how to increase India's exports of goods and services towards Russia. And we believe that there is a lot of opportunities on that, because India is already a third largest economy globally. Russia is the fourth largest economy globally. But the volume of non-energy trade is not in line with the sizes of those economies. So we need to solve system problems. We need to increase communication between our businesses in order to get to much higher volumes of India's export to Russia.
Mr. Oreshkin, in the past, we've seen a couple of problems when it's come to trade between Russia and India because of currency and the transfer of funds. Has that been resolved?
Already now we see that the most of the trade is being done in rupees and rubles, so it's done in local currencies, and there is not that huge problems like it was in the past. But as we will see more businesses, more contracts and more exports from India to Russia, we will see even less problems with all these systemic issues. It's not only about payments, it's logistics that need to be solved, insurance and so on and so forth. So we will be gradually working on each of that issue to make the trade between two countries more comfortable.
Just showing our viewers images from the area where your president is going to be landing any moment now. Our Prime Minister has reached the Palam Technical area, the airport area, to receive him in person. What do you make of this kind of personal relationship, these gestures that both of them, both the leaders, make for each other? The fact that today the Russian president is going to be welcomed by the Indian Prime Minister at the tarmac itself.
Definitely the relations between the President Putin and Prime Minister Modi are at a very high level. This is true friendship between them, and this of course helps us to solve a lot of issues that raise and pushes the relations between the two countries forward. This definitely helps.
Mr. Oreshkin, just in terms of, in your opinion, the big takeaways from this visit, what do you expect?
Well, another big step forward in terms of goods trade, step forward in services trade between the two countries, issues connected with the technological cooperation, especially on the artificial intelligence, and also of more free access of labor force of one country to another jobs market.
Okay. This visit also comes immediately after you had Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner in Moscow. What is the messaging from there? That you had that meeting, of course, any of us would have loved to be a fly on the wall for that rather long meeting, but soon after, Mr. Putin is in India.
I believe that there will be a lot of teams to discuss between the President Putin and Prime Minister Modi. Definitely, they will have extensive discussion, I believe, of all global issues. But I'm here to discuss business opportunities between our countries, and we are doing a substantial progress in that area.
Okay, Maxim Oreshkin, appreciate you giving us your time right before the President of Russia lands. We've got these live pictures on our screens, and I'm going to stay with these pictures. There's a tri-service ceremonial welcome. As you can see, the soldiers have all lined up there to receive the President of Russia. They're there, right there on that apron. You can see a few aircraft landing and taking off, Vishnu. That's far in the background. But the Russian president's aircraft, of course, is going to be unmistakable. So I want to stay with these pictures and nothing else right now. Vishnu, a tri-service welcome for the president. The Prime Minister will, of course, also be there on that carpet to receive his friend Vladimir.
No, absolutely. And if I can just request our PCR to bring up flight radar so that, our viewers know where exactly this aircraft is, just a couple of minutes away. It's the most tracked flight in the world, which is why we want to track it as well. But yes, it's a tri-services guard of honor. The national anthems of both sides, I presume, would be played out. Prime Minister Modi will be, sort of greeting Vladimir Putin. I think Shiv raised an interesting point earlier on. I think it was Padmaja who raised this point earlier on that, will Prime Minister Modi get into the vehicle of the Russian president? The Russian president usually travels in his own vehicle. It's called, well, like the American president's car, it's called the Beast in a sense, but it's a Russian vehicle, heavily armored. It's got, it's blast proof. It's got secure communications, etc., etc.
And has been delivered here ahead as well. Right.
I would suspect more than one of them.
Yeah.
So would that be done for a while, or would they go their own ways? I would suggest that they would actually travel, their own ways, because there is a dinner which the Prime Minister is hosting for President Putin later.
And the reason why we talk about all of this is, remember, this visit also has ramifications on the kind of politics that we see here. We're right in the middle of the winter session of the Indian Parliament as well. And again, one of the long-standing allegations against the government has been that right now you've got nobody in your corner. Everyone, did not stand up for you, did not stick up for you, especially during Operation Sindoor. And all of these countries were put in that same block. In fact, we've had the Congress saying that your friends like America, like Russia, they did not apparently call out Pakistan. They did not vocally put Pakistan on the mat, as it were, for what happened in Pahalgam and thereafter in Operation Sindoor. But these images tell a different story.
He's landed. The president of Russia has landed. We can confirm to you. Pictures just in. These are live pictures from the Palam airport. The president of Russia has landed. Prime Minister Modi there in his motorcade on the apron. So it is going to be a big Kodak moment tonight. The Prime Minister is there in person. These are the first pictures of Prime Minister Modi at the Palam technical area. So that settles that. Vishnu and Padmaja, he's going to be there on the apron. Expect hugs and handshakes as well on the red carpet as the Russian president gets out from his Ilyushin 96 aircraft. I'm still wondering whether they're going to travel in the same vehicle. You never know with these two leaders. Let me put it out there. You never know with the both of them, because they share a bond that is quite rare, quite unique. So there's every possibility that may happen. But like Vishnu rightly pointed out, I think the Russian president goes to his hotel first and then...
But can I just say, Shiv, if he has landed, then there's another aircraft in the air, which is also from the Russian Special Flight Squadron,
decoy,
which is on its way. And that would possibly be a decoy aircraft, right? Or Padmaja, that might be the aircraft that he is landing in. Yeah. And the one which has just come in earlier on, if indeed that is the case, is the decoy.
Well, this is a special gesture. The Prime Minister has broken protocol. He is there in person to receive President Putin. But what I do want to, ask both of you, the fact that all this while you've got Europe, you've got America in particular, asking India that you must try and isolate Russia. Despite all of that, this personal gesture, going out of your way and saying, not only am I not going to isolate him, I am going to accord him a special welcome in person.
No, but I think this is the most important point in all of this. India's foreign policy has been entirely independent. The word non-aligned is an unfashionable. We call it an independent foreign policy.
Which is funny because again and again we hear the word surrender in the discourse we hear in our country.
The fact of the matter is India has chose to do exactly what we feel works for our interests. So we have a great relationship with the United States, but we've got a great relationship with Russia as well. It's not one or the other. This is the path which has worked well historically. It's certainly something that this government actually takes. And as far as the entire narrative is concerned about countries not being on India's side, the facts
or that
are
India
there.
is kowtowing to one country or the other.
The facts are on the ground on what India achieved. And we've got differences on Donald Trump's sort of interpretation of the sequence of events. But if you actually look at the support that Pakistan has gotten, it's just from a very small handful of nations who protested against India during Op Sindoor, Turkey being one of those countries. And therefore, I'm not sure that we have necessarily lost the diplomatic narrative post-Op Sindoor. We acted decisively.
Far from it.
And I think some of the points mentioned by the opposition, quite frankly, are ludicrous.
In fact, what the Prime Minister said that, earlier we used to talk about having strategic distance. Now we have strategic closeness with everyone, and depending purely on our own interests. We are not going to listen to X person's concerns or say that, we are going to bow before somebody else's pressure. We are going to see where our ends are met.
And exactly. The man on your screen, just to add to what Vishnu said and to answer you, Padmaja, is Narendra Modi is perhaps the only leader in the world. In fact, I'm sure he's the only leader in the world who in the last 18 months has met and hugged both Vladimir Putin and Volodymyr Zelensky. He's a person who has met both President Trump as well as spoken to President Trump as well as President Xi Jinping. A person who has not stumbled off that path of having a completely independent foreign policy. So I agree with Vishnu when he says that while it is tempting to look at every action as a reaction to a temperamental leader like Trump, and sometimes it is, because remember, even diplomacy ultimately is a delicate dance. But the fact is, India's independent foreign policy predates many of these leaders. And that's the reason why we're able to stand strong.
And has told both Russia and Ukraine that this is not the time for war, while being friendly with both of them. Again, saying, listen, it's better you come to the table, you talk about peace, this is not the time of war.
So India's foreign policy, Padmaja, has always been, we will be everybody's friend if you're friendly with us, but it's India first. Which is our primary goal. And so this is something that works. I think the point on oil, and this was mentioned earlier on, is that, look, we've got relationships with oil all over the world. We wanted to import from Russia. We couldn't at the present moment, but because we've got great relationships elsewhere, we continue to sort of fill that void for the moment.
But Brahmachalani, what do you make of people who still are wondering, how do we trust or how much do we trust? It had happened when we were engaging with China that, fine, you're going ahead, you're having those hugs and handshakes, but can you really trust China? How much can we trust Russia? Because one of the factors quoted there is they also have a working relationship with Pakistan. They do trade with Pakistan as well. And with China, of course.
Language ko kaise Bharat ke.
All right, we don't seem to have his audio now. But can I just
don't
say,
think Dr. Chelani is with us.
I think the other point, Padmaja, is that, and you make a great point, is that the Pakistan Air Force's JF-17s have Russian engines.
No,
the same ones as
but it's a fraction, right? I mean, if we look at the kind of trade they have.
It's a problem. India doesn't appreciate Russia. That
but Russia will also look out for themselves.
Their transport, let's look at it from an Indian standpoint. Pakistan's transport fleet of
China
is Russian. The Russia provides Pakistan with jet engines. So that's a bit of a problem.
Guys, I want to zoom in for a moment to these pictures. Let's just dwell on these pictures in a bit. Once the leaders are here, we'll talk about the trade and other things. Vishnu, the officials you see around the Prime Minister's vehicle right now, because our viewers are very interested in this stuff, are the Special Protection Group, right?
Yeah,
who are the agencies that will be arriving with the Russian president?
So it's there's a special group which protects the Russian president. There is the KGB as well. There are his inner line of bodyguards who would be sort of coming in at this stage. These images from just a little while earlier on, Prime Minister Modi over there. He's of course protected by the SPG, which is his inner line of protection. So there's a great deal of security over here at this particular time. Remember, this visit does come not too long after the horrific Red Fort blasts which took place, and the plot against India at so many levels, which is a cause of concern. But President Putin has chosen to come over here. He operates under extremely high security conditions, not least of all because of the ongoing war between Russia and Ukraine. If you look at the flight path of his aircraft, he was flying in east of the Black Sea, not too far away from, the center of the conflict between Russia and Ukraine, before his aircraft entered Afghan airspace, Pakistani airspace, and I think in just a little while from now, he will be landing. So a couple of aircraft likely landing, either one of which would have him. One might be a decoy aircraft. But the Prime Minister, in this very rare gesture, it is quite rare, it's infrequent, it's not that he's not done it before, sort of sending out a strong message of friendship, sending out a message where he sort of lets everybody know about the warmth of this gesture. Now, how will America look at this? How will certainly European countries? That's interesting because Shiv and Padmaja, as you know, just day before yesterday, we had 3 ambassadors of European nations writing in the Times of India in a joint article that they had serious concerns about Vladimir Putin and the way that he's been dealing with Europe, to which the External Affairs Ministry and sources over there seem to indicate that, look, you're in our country now, so this third-party interference in the name of freedoms to write what you want, let's be respectful of one another. I think that was the basic message. Padmaja?
Absolutely, but it was interesting. You can also look at it from the prism of, well, in India, you do have the right to free speech because you had a very, cogent rebuttal or a response to that coming from Russia as well. Despite what is said about India, the fact is that we are standing up for ourselves. We are engaging with everyone on our own terms, and everyone gets to say their piece as well, respectfully. However, red lines should not be crossed. I think that has been made very, very apparent. Ambassador Sajjan.
Excellent discussion. And if you permit, I will make 2 very quick points. I think one, we need to, both between the United States, that is the one that has been pushing against India. The United States, Mr. Trump told EU also to levy the same penalty tariffs that he had imposed. He said no. As far as these countries are concerned, maybe we need to differentiate between what Europe is doing, because Europe has said that fine, we recognize what India's position is with respect to Russia and Putin, but we will continue to do business and, we are looking at signing an FTA with the EU. For all we might have the President
All right,
of the
Ambassador,
European
I'm just
Commission.
interrupting you now. We do appear to have some images which are coming in at this stage of an aircraft. This is at the Palam airport, as I understand it, that we've got these videos coming in. This is an older. Ignore that, ladies and gentlemen. I think that was the French president's aircraft.
Yeah,
we just got to ignore that for a while. I think this is a mixed feed, which is actually coming in over here. But this is the live images from Palam. But Ambassador Sajjanar, carry on with the point you were mentioning.
Yeah, so that was one point. Second thing, the point that was made by, I think Padmaja or you, Vishnu, that Russia is having good relations with Pakistan. I think this is not an era of exclusivity in relationship. That way, even Russia could tell India that you have such excellent relations with the United States. You have such excellent relations with Europe. So, we are following that policy of multi-alignment, that we will work with those countries with whom we can work. We will continue to take that partnership forward. And of course, the most important thing is make ourselves very, very strong, very, very capable to deal with any of the challenges that might emanate, whether it is from a Western neighbor or it is from a Northern neighbor. The second point that I was making was, or let me mention about, Prime Minister going to receive Mr. Putin. Mr. Putin has been here 3-4 times earlier. The Prime Minister never went to receive him earlier. So, we have to see it in the context of the changed circumstances that were taken place. He has gone, I did my research work, he's gone to receive just about 6 or 7 leaders. Barack Obama in 2015, Trump in 2020, Sheikh Hasina in 2017, Emir of Qatar earlier this year, and MBS, some time back, and also the president of Abu Dhabi, and Shinzo Abe, Netanyahu. These are all the leaders that he's gone. But Putin has come here 4 or 5 times earlier.
Yeah.
So I think we need to really see what has changed now. I think this is time to pay back what Mr. Putin, the manner in which he conducted himself in Tianjin, and he was able to create that moment. I think that is, one of the very significant reasons. And the last point that I was making was earlier, that was we really need to differentiate between Europe and the United States. We club them together in the West. But I think, as I was saying, we might have the president of the European Commission as our chief guest at the Republic Day next month. So, our relations with Europe also continue to be. They are also mindful of India's interest, that India has long.
What shots are these?
All right, Ambassador Sajjanar, one other key point which I think we need to reflect on slightly is Brics. Now, that's something that irritates the United States to no end, but Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, that's a formation which is absolutely huge. The fact that we've had President Xi, Prime Minister Modi, and President Putin meet in Tianjin in Russia recently, and the fact that Donald Trump is wary of Brics. Could you tell us about the dynamics there between the 3 nations, in as much as India has problems with China?
The expansion of Brics, as China has been, and Russia has really had not much. It has gone along with China. Let me put it this way: it has gone along with China in terms of the expansion of Brics. But whether it is India, or it is Brazil, or it is South Africa, they are not happy with the expansion of Brics, because they thought that when we are just 5 of them, then they have a certain clout, they have a certain preeminence, they have a certain profile. But when the club gets expanded to 15 or 20, then of course the preeminence of China will remain. Preeminence of China will remain, but the importance of the other members like India, Brazil, etc., that will come down. So that is the internal dynamics. But as far as Mr. Trump is concerned, I think we have told very clearly that BRICS for us is a non-Western organization. It is not an anti-Western.
Interrupting you now, Ambassador, I'm sorry to do this, but we've got some breaking news coming in. President Putin's aircraft, assuming that this is the one that Flight Radar is tracking, it's going to be landing in about 2 or 3 minutes, maybe 4 minutes from now. It's just flying over South Delhi at this stage. So, ladies and gentlemen, in case you've just joined us now, what you are seeing are images from Indira Gandhi, from the Palam Technical Area, which is a part of the Indira Gandhi International Airport. That's where the Russian President's special aircraft, an Ilyushin 96-300 PU of the Special Flight Squadron of the Russian Air Force, will be landing in a little while from now. Prime Minister Modi, you can see, is there to greet him. It's uncommon for the Prime Minister. Okay, he's landed over there. This appears to be one of the aircraft which has landed. That is an Ilyushin aircraft 96, IL-96-300 aircraft which has landed. We are waiting to see if that is the primary aircraft which is carrying Vladimir Putin, or there is another one as well. There is a decoy aircraft. It's not decoy. It's actually a backup aircraft in case one is non-functional for whatever the reason. But I think it is safe to say that it's likely now that the Russian president has landed in India. He was expected to land at about this time. I would suggest that about 20 minutes later than what was expected. Shiv.
That is Putin's Ilyushin 96 wide-body aircraft. It is the aircraft that the Russian president uses. It's a cold night here in Delhi as the president of Russia arrives. He was here in India the last time 4 years ago, but Prime Minister Modi and Putin met only a few months ago in Tianjin in China for the Shanghai Cooperation Organization Summit. So this is the second time that they're meeting this year, Padmaja. And the president has only 2 items on his agenda tonight. There's that ceremonial welcome that we'll be seeing live here. And I can't wait for those pictures for the Prime Minister and Putin. I think we just have to wait a few more minutes now.
And a lot of people talk about the kind of chemistry they have shared since 2014, but it goes far, far beyond that. In fact, some very interesting pictures that had emerged of when, as the Chief Minister of Gujarat, Mr. Modi had met with the Russian president in Moscow. He was at that time, of course, a junior figure. He was representing what many would later call a small state. But when the Prime Minister spoke about that meeting in 2001, when Mr. Modi had accompanied Atal Bihari Vajpayee, he said that President Putin treated me with great respect and honor even at that time. And that established the foundation for our enduring friendship. It was incidentally during that visit, almost 24 years ago, that Mr. Modi, as Chief Minister, had signed a historic protocol agreement for cooperation between the state of Gujarat and the Russian province of Astrakhan. So these two men have a relationship which goes back quarter of a century, 25 years they've known each other, and they still say that that's what has deepened the bond. So irrespective of whether Mr. Trump is happy or unhappy with the kind of relationship that two of them enjoy, at least it's a strong one, it's an enduring one, and it seems to be only getting better.
Vasudha, our political editor, is also live with us. Vasudha, very quickly,
Well, we'll come back to Vasudha in a moment, but just for our viewers, the aircraft on your screen, an Illusion 96, that's the Russian presidential flight which has just landed. There is another aircraft, I can tell you, also on short finals at this stage. We have to wait and see if this is actually the aircraft which has Putin, or whether there's another plane which the one that's about to land, which has him. And if you see a lift being taken up to the aircraft, staircases rather, the official one, with a red carpet being taken up to the aircraft, then this would be the likely aircraft. But we've got it. Journalists around the world have gotten it wrong in the past. We'll have to wait and see whether indeed this is the aircraft. But the presidential visit is beginning at this stage. It's a critical visit at this stage, one where we're going to see the president of Russia, Vladimir Putin, come out of one of two aircraft. This is the first one on the ground in a little while from now. And he's going to be having a meal with the Prime Minister tonight before a very busy day tomorrow before he flies out. It's been an approximately 6-hour, 12-minute flight, is what I can tell you. The president has a busy schedule tomorrow. There's the India-Russia official talks which take place, the summit as it were. We have a special privileged strategic partnership. There's a business delegation which is already in the midst of talks. And after that, we've got many more items coming up. Well, I'm joined now by our political editor, Vasudha, who has a lot more at this stage. Vasudha, what's happening? Where exactly are you? What's happening?
And what's going to happen at that dinner? And are they going to travel together in a car, Vasudha?
Well, Ashil, I had covered the Prime Minister's visit to Moscow last year, and I remember it was a private dinner that Vladimir Putin had hosted for the Prime Minister that made all the news, because the Prime Minister made a very strong pitch for multi-alignment. At the same time, he said it very clearly that ye yudh ka yug nahi hai, and that also shows that while India can be friends with Russia, it's also very clear that it will send across the right message that it believes that there are no solutions that can be found in the battlefield. So there's a lot that's expected from the private dinner today. There's been a lot of secrecy over what the menu is, but I'm told that there's been a lot of excitement. We were not sure. There was also a lot of secrecy as to who is going to receive him. But I remember covering the UAE King's visit to Gujarat for the Vibrant Gujarat Summit, and the Prime Minister himself went to receive him. This is his way of reaching out to his old friends, old allies, diplomacy at its best, Modi style. So we can expect a lot of desi tadka to this. At the same time, this is one of India's tried, tested allies, one of our most faithful friends. So, of course, there's going to be a lot of loyalty. There's going to be a lot of warmth in the dinner is what I'm expecting.
It's interesting you talk about this long-standing relationship. A lot of people have tried to make it seem as if this is in reaction to, that this closeness is in reaction to the seeming hostility, or at least the occasional barbs from America, from Donald Trump in his second term. But the fact is, and we were just discussing it a while ago, and you've actually covered so many of these visits, Vasudha, that it stretches back from the time when Mr. Modi was the Chief Minister of Gujarat, cut to when in 2014 he met for the first time as Prime Minister. He met Mr. Putin again. And even at that time, he said that you are a great friend of our country, and this relationship, India and Russia, is incomparable. So between the two countries and between these two men, this relationship goes back more than 2.5 decades.
Well, Padmaja, I was in the parliament today and I happened to speak to certain sources, and they're telling me that there is more at stake for Russia also, because remember the last time the president came to Delhi, it was a different world, it was a different India. The war hadn't begun, COVID was on, and Trump wasn't there in his second term. So, this is also a great opportunity for Russia to send out a message that things are getting normalized for the isolationist policy that the West has towards Russia, and more importantly for India. We have been told by government sources there's going to be a lot of focus on MOUs, there's going to be a lot of signing on shipping and defense-related pacts, more importantly on pharmaceuticals. So a lot is expected, but most importantly, like Shiv mentioned, the carpooling, the softer highlights of this visit are also something that people are looking forward to, because Mr. Putin has always said that Modi is a great friend, and more importantly, India also wants to send out a message that it can very well talk about multi-alignment, at the same time have warmth and diplomatic relations with one of its most important tried and tested allies.
There's an amazing level of anticipation now before that door opens and the Russian president emerges there. All of this is going to play out live, of course, here. Vishnu, I want to bring you in for a moment, because Vishnu actually interviewed a much younger Vladimir Putin and a much younger Vishnu, 24 years ago, Vishnu?
2002. So
I think you must have been the first Indian journalist to interview him.
I've been trying to see.
Probably.
I'm not, it's quite possible.
No, so incredible.
But certainly the first by an Indian news network. I think that's
it's incredible. And, at some point later and tomorrow as well, I'll play out some excerpts for you to see. It's fabulous. It's like going back in a time machine. But your thoughts, Vishnu, now, as the door's about to open, quarter century ago is when you interviewed the man who's going to be coming out of that door now.
You know what struck me, Padmaja and Shiv, is that when I went through bits of that interview, is three points. And, the more the world changes, the more things remain the same. Number one, Pakistan and terrorism. President Putin kept speaking about that. And he kept saying that, look, Pakistan, I asked him about Pakistan being a state sponsor of terrorism. He spoke about his concerns on Osama bin Laden. He spoke, and this was really, really important, about the proliferation of Pakistani nuclear technology. And Padmaja, guess what happened 2 years later? Yep. The Abdul Qadir Khan network was outed. Abdul Qadir Khan, the father of Pakistan's nuclear program, was caught red-handed, and he confessed to proliferating Pakistani nuclear technology.
And didn't he also speak about Osama bin Laden in that interview?
Osama bin Laden as well, and he spoke about terrorism. Right, that's the other point. And terrorism coming out of Pakistan. So terrorism, nuclear proliferation, and the other point I asked him, and Shiv, this is interesting. I said that how is it that India is buying Sukhoi 30s from Russia, and how is it that Russia is giving Sukhoi 30s to China? The Sukhoi 30s that Russia has provided China are now called the J-15 and J-16. Yeah. They are the bedrock of the Chinese Air Force. So all of those items, they remain questions I would possibly ask.
They are literally rolling out the red carpet for the Russian president. You've heard that being said.
That's where the phrase comes from.
Yeah, they're literally rolling it out. Tell me, why does it take? Does it usually take this long? It's been about 5 to 7 minutes now.
It's going to take a while.
Why?
I would suggest it'll take maybe even 15 minutes or so before it's all.
What's happening behind this shut door right now? Even as we speak, what's going on?
Nothing. It's just informal. President Putin is just possibly shutting.
It's not like he has to collect his luggage or anything.
He's closing his folders, and he's being briefed. He's probably been told that Prime Minister Modi is there. He would have known by now.
There you have it.
You've got his presidential staff coming out. They will examine. They'll take a look out. They will ensure that the path is all right. There may or may not be a carpet, but the carpet, I think, is just up to that one point.
Checking even the staircase.
And at some stage, we'll see Prime Minister Modi emerge at this stage. And then once they're right and they're completely ready is when they will invite President Putin to step out. So he walks out fast of his aircraft. He sort of bounds down.
He practically skips down the stairs,
He sort of does that.
Who all will be on his staff right now? Who all will be accompanying him? Aside of the delegation, everything, who will be in his immediate vicinity?
His chief of staff will be present along with several key officials. I'd like to see if the Russian ambassador was on this flight or he's over here. But, you know, I mean, it's incredibly tight security, particularly after the war with Ukraine, which is why a large number of people over there will be part of his security delegation.
Yeah, and everyone was enamored when there was a detail about how there is a poo briefcase, apparently, which also accompanies him wherever he goes.
Oh, you know, if we get into the details of the kinds of things that accompany leaders like Putin, you know, that's a completely separate. In fact, we've got a story on that, Padmaja, which we'll play out a little later. But
I think the scary thing...
He's one of the most protected world leaders.
He also carries what? Is it called a soccer ball? Because the American president carries a briefcase with the nuclear launch
the nuclear codes, right.
He's got, you know, I mean, the nuclear launch codes in another configuration. This is a man who commands the largest nuclear arsenal, the largest arsenal of nuclear weapons on earth. That is the power of Russia and Vladimir Putin. Let's be very clear about this.
And a man who in the last 24 months has, on more than one occasion through his foreign minister and others, you know, threatened to use those weapons, even if done so subtly. But live pictures from the Palam airport. These are live, I can assure you. And the president of Russia will be emerging from that door in just a moment. Dinner's on the agenda for tonight. The president, of course, will get a restful sleep because he's got a long day tomorrow, a total of 27 hours on Indian soil before he leaves tomorrow night at about 9. Many, many things on the agenda with the Prime Minister. There's a big business conference with CEOs from both countries that takes place during midday tomorrow. A big joint press conference and joint statement between Modi and Putin. All eyes are, of course, going to be on that on the back of the 23rd India-Russia summit. And all of it is topped off with a banquet hosted by the President of India, Draupadi Murmu, in the evening before the President then leaves back for Russia. So this is the beginning of the next chapter of India-Russia ties. They've been a story in motion for the longest time. But this year, particularly, Vishnu and Padmaja, the interest factor in what's next, the suspense over where this relationship goes from here, given how it has been buffeted, how it has been tested, how it has been threatened, you know, how it has been, you know, described by those who'd much rather have India not be so committed to this alliance with Russia, is going to be very interesting to see, because the body language, the bromance, those things are given. You know, of course, we're going to see a hug and a handshake in the next few minutes on that red carpet, right? But beyond that, what the relationship is going to be between these two countries, what next beyond what is obvious, is, I think, really, really key.
You know, the next 27 hours that you spoke of, he's going to, of course, have multiple engagements. What is the nature of meetings that are held between members who are not a part of government? Because today we'd had leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi, for example, say, are we actively being denied an audience with the visiting president? Is this being done deliberately? Who decides it? Later, of course, we also had a response from the MEA. Sources suggested that this is to be done on a personal basis. You know, his staff should have possibly done it. Somebody within the Congress could have organized it. And there have been leaders, right, in the past that Rahul Gandhi has met.
Yeah, so I think to a certain extent there is a point. Very often Russian leaders or international leaders do meet the leader of the opposition
at their initiative.
But you know, it works both ways, Shiv. You know, I mean,
in fact, Sheikh Hasina, I remember, before the coup, she met with the entire family.
And but it's not happened this time, and I think that's an important point. It is an interesting point that's being raised. But in just a few moments from now, we'll see the Russian president step down in just a little while. And I've got a message from the Russian embassy. Russian President Vladimir Putin has arrived in India. We've got those images up on our screen as well, and he's going to be stepping off that aircraft in just a little while from now. So again, as I mentioned, Padmaja, it does take some time. We've been sitting here for the last couple of hours with this huge sense of anticipation about when Putin would emerge from his aircraft, but it is going to take a little while. And Prime Minister Modi, who is over there at the Palam technical area, would also sort of come up to the aircraft, wait for him to come down the steps. Then there'll be a small ceremony. There'll be the national anthems, I think, which would be played. There would be a guard of honor, a small one. The main one will be tomorrow. The main one will be tomorrow at Rashtrapati Bhavan at about 9:30 in the morning. That's the formal reception. This is not considered the formal reception to the President of Russia. And then President Putin would go off to the Moria where he's staying, perhaps, you know, get fresh and then go to the Prime Minister's house, which is, you know, with his VIP traffic just about 3 to 4 minutes away.
You know, and the Prime Minister, of course, is going to receive him there. Who all will be accompanying him?
So as I mentioned, members of the inner coterie of President Putin, his chief of staff will be there.
Okay.
There'll be interpreters who will also be there. Members of his closest security detail will be there. There may be a few diplomats of the Russian embassy in New Delhi. I'm still unclear whether India's or Russia's ambassador to New Delhi is accompanying.
They'll be probably part of the welcome committee on the ground.
Who is on the aircraft. He might be on the ground over there, Mr. Alipov. So we're just waiting for this to all take place. It is a short visit, one that technically the business end of which begins tomorrow. It's all about camaraderie today and that dinner being hosted by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. This is one of the most important relationships. We are looking at economic trade being the primary agenda over here. There's a Russia-India business summit which is happening at the Bharat Mandapam. President Putin will be going over there at approximately 3 p.m. in the afternoon. He'll be going to the Rajghat prior to that. Before that, there will be the primary summit between India and Russia before the evening. And in the evening, there'll be the banquet at Rashtrapati Bhavan before he departs.
You know, the last time we had a frame, okay, the Prime Minister, I think that there was the Prime Minister walking towards that red carpet. We'll keep an eye on those pictures. But, Vishnu and Padmaja, the last time we had a frame of this kind, live pictures of a VIP aircraft and expecting someone to come out. You remember it was that viral picture of President Macron and his wife, and you know what happened. Okay, that's the Prime Minister who's on the red carpet now. That's the Prime Minister on the red carpet. So he is going to be there, like we correctly told you, that the Prime Minister is right there. There he is. All right. There he is, skipping down the stairs off that IL-76 towards his friend Narendra Modi. Okay, let these pictures play out. And the President is on Indian soil now. There's no sound. I just want to tell our viewers there's no sound in these pictures in case you're wondering. But there you have it.
Okay, there's the money shot. You have the handshake followed by the hug. Prime Minister Modi there in person, breaking protocol, right there at the red carpet to welcome Mr. Putin as he touches down on Indian soil.
I think at this level, there is no real protocol. He decides it.
Pretty much.
The two leaders are on the red carpet over there. Yeah. It's the delegation, receiving the Russian president over there, diplomats. I can see India's ambassador, Vinay Kumar, India's ambassador to Moscow over there, shaking the hand of the Russian president over there. You can see the Russian ambassador as well. You can see members of the Russian embassy, their defense staff who are posted over here in New Delhi, greeting President Putin. And then Prime Minister Narendra Modi, along with the Russian president. Let's see what takes place. There's sometimes a small cultural event which also takes place. I think that's something that they are witnessing now. We'll just see what happens over there. We've got these images up full screen, and then we'll have to see if there is a small guard of honor. So that is the cultural event I was talking to you about, a small dance. He'll spend a few minutes over here before he proceeds to perhaps taking the salute and then getting onto his vehicle and leaving. So there's not very much formality.
These pictures are very, very important, Vishnu and Padmaja, with the dance. A lot of people will be wondering, why the dancers there. Is this really necessary? The soft diplomacy relationship between India and Russia is enormously significant. And it's something that Putin has mentioned over and over again. The dance culture, the connect between people of India and Russia goes back decades and decades. There are a huge number of Russians who learn Indian dance here in India and vice versa. So these things are not, just cosmetic little embellishments.
They're traveling in the same car. They are about to travel in the same car.
Did they get into the same car?
Yeah, I think President Putin got into that car, and you can see Prime Minister Modi getting into the same vehicle. So this is that vehicle of the PMO, which the two leaders are in. You can see President Putin in the back.
So we can confirm that both the leaders are in the same car. So Padmaja, you were right. You asked that question first. Are they going to ride in the same car? Here you have your answer.
Unlikely.
Here you have your answer.
It's over to you.
Well, it's wonderful. Talking about the soft diplomacy, it's interesting. About 10, 11 years ago, when Prime Minister Modi had gone to Ufa, at that time in a very small... I was there in Ufa, yes. Well, yeah. So in Ufa, you had an entire community of Indians who were teaching yoga. Yeah. And you had about 50 to 60 Russians who used to wake up every day at 5 a.m. and at 6 a.m. they used to all assemble for yoga. And I was like, of all the places in the world, I hadn't expected people to wake up at 5 a.m. to do yoga in Ufa. But you're right. That's what soft diplomacy is all about. Yeah. And That is why we keep analyzing these small gestures, the cultural exchanges, the cultural shows. This gesture of traveling in the same car, we will very likely get that picture of the two of them smiling at each other. This is very important in diplomacy. It's not only about what you say, but also what you are seen to be doing. These pictures are going to be splashed on the front page of every newspaper across the world. Okay, Prime Minister Modi and the Russian president in the same car, leaving now for... where will they be going? Where will this car go, though?
It could be just Prime Minister.
Will they be going to
drop him to his hotel or going straight to the Prime Minister's house? I mean,
to be fair, Maurya is on the way to Lok Kalyan Marg. So,
but is it as informal as that? I mean, it's just unbelievable.
No, but Vishnu, I think we can agree that this is Modi-Putin protocol.
That's the Russian beast.
Okay.
The Russian beast, that black car, the Russian president's limo, is following the two leaders.
That poor beast has been told, "Hamara picha karo."
That beast was brought in for the journey from Moscow, all the way flown across over here.
Follow this car.
President Putin gets into Prime Minister Modi's vehicle, and the two go off, and the beast follows.
I think this is such a beautiful symbol of how these two leaders, who of course respect protocol and the agencies that protect them and serve them, but are manifesting how there is a degree of spontaneity to this relationship. The fact that they are so easy with each other in their physical space, they're traveling in the same car. I don't even know what car that is. That's a PMO vehicle, I'm guessing. So either they're headed SUV. Towards the hotel. I'm guessing they must be headed towards 7 Lok Kalyan Marg right now. That my guess would be that they're headed straight for dinner.
That probably makes sense. Because it's 7:20 in the evening now.
Yeah.
And if whenever there's a visit,
early dinner and
at a hotel, there's a bit of a ceremony over there. It takes time, this, that, and the other. But I noticed that those armed forces soldiers who were there, the tri-services sort of contingent, they didn't have any role. I mean, there was no small salute over here. The playing of the national anthems.
I'm guessing that'll be tomorrow at Rashtrapati Bhavan.
I'm just trying to understand whether this was abbreviated. It could well be that this, because there is usually a bit of a salute that takes place as you get off the steps. The president would likely salute, Indian soldiers, and there was a contingent that didn't take place. So there will be a guard of honor tomorrow presented in the forecourt of the Rashtrapati Bhavan. That's when the formal welcome begins. This is more personal, which is taking place now. And let's wait and see. This is outside Palam Technical Area, and that's right next to the Air Force Museum, when this motorcade is exiting. And we'll see the Prime Minister and President Putin in a white Toyota Fortuner SUV. That's the vehicle the two leaders hopped onto.
Also important to note that in Tianjin, it was Prime Minister Modi who traveled in the Russian president's beast, but today it is Mr. Putin who is in Mr. Modi's car. So a sort of a reciprocal gesture there. It's he who's hopped onto his car with his beast tailing all of them.
The beast has gone off. They were ahead of that. But it's interesting, isn't it? I mean, I think that point on reciprocity is important, that, both leaders sort of doing that. You come into my car, I'll come into your car. It shows the trust between the two leaders, the friendship. What I find interesting is...
when one is traveling in the other's car, does the security also accompany them in the same vehicle?
Padmaja, there were only 4 people in that car. So where is the translator? Because there would be a bodyguard up front, unless there was no bodyguard up front and there was a translator up front, because this is really, really informal. But President Putin speaks English. I've spoken to him in English.
Both of them speak English.
Yeah.
The Prime Minister speaks English too.
It's not something that President Putin dwells on for a great period of time. But it's evidently enough for the two of them to communicate. I don't think there was a translator in that.
No, I have to also underscore that level of trust. If you're leaving your security behind, or at least you're paring down your security, you'll have to. If you're traveling in each other's car, at best you can take one bodyguard along. I think we've also got Aishwarya, Vasudha, all of our colleagues from the ground joining us. The convoy, of course, has already left the Palam Technical Area. Where they are headed, let's try and get a fix on that. Aishwarya? Where is the cavalcade headed? Where is the convoy headed? All right, we'll just try and get back to our reporters. You would imagine that there is quite a lot of movement in that entire area. We will try and fix that connection and go back to them. But a very, very... Okay, Vishal Vivek is joining us now from Bharat Mandapam. Any fix yet on where both the leaders go next, Vishal?
Well, as you guys have been rightly discussing that it could be either the PM house or, it could be the ITC Moria where Vladimir Putin is expected to be living. But the dinner is supposed to happen, that we've heard from sources, that the big dinner between both the leaders will happen. So all eyes will be on that, whether there are discussions that we have all been talking about, whether it's defense, whether it's AI, whether it's, cooperation when it comes to, exchange of personnel, because Russia has been wanting at least 500,000 skilled workers from the Indian side only. So that is one of the biggest points of discussions that both the sides will have. So all of that will be coming into play in the next hours, few hours or so. But the main, the main gist of the whole the visit, that will be tomorrow, because tomorrow the Russian president will be meeting officially the Prime Minister of India and also the President of India, and also there will be meetings with the business leaders of both the sides. That will be at 3 p.m. in Bharat Mandapam, where I am right now. There was a big conference here today as well. Some senior ministers of the Russian side were here.
We're trying to get a fix for our viewers on where the cavalcade is headed right now. Akhilesh Sharma, managing editor, is also with us. Akhilesh, both the leaders are in the car making their way towards, I'm presuming, the Prime Minister's residence. What are you hearing?
Yes, this is what we have also heard, Shiv, that immediately after departure from the airport, they will arrive at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, which is the official residence of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And PM Modi has actually arranged a private dinner for President Putin. And though the details of private dinner are not disclosed so far, that those who are invited, but it is believed that those who are close to President Putin, like Deputy Prime Minister is already here, he will be part of the official dinner, which is being hosted by PM Modi at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. And apart from that, PM Modi has also invited a few senior cabinet colleagues for this meeting. And there will be informal discussion as far as this dinner is concerned, and because this is unusual. First, Prime Minister breaks the protocol to receive President Putin at the airport, and now without being given the guard of honor, which will actually happen tomorrow at the President House, the private dinner is being hosted right now, and they are traveling in the same car. That is also a signal about the bond and the friendship both the leaders share. Sure.
Let's also go across to Himanshu, joining us live from Sardar Patel Marg. I believe the security has been set up there. The Prime Minister's route is going to pass through that area. Over to you, Himanshu.
Well, I'm standing a few meters from the SP Marg, and on my left side you can see the PM security protocol, and this is the cavalcade. We can see perhaps the first car in the cavalcade, which has just crossed our television screen now. This is SP Marg. This is the route which is just a few meters from ITC Moria, where President Putin will stay. His entire delegation will stay. In fact, you can see one by one the vehicles are crossing this area. And on my right side, you can see the barricades have been put in place. And this happens when Prime Minister Modi travels within the city. So all the vehicle has been stopped on this road, and any time now on the screen that you see, the Prime Minister with President Putin will cross this road just in next few minutes. And interestingly, this ITC Moria is just a few meters from where I'm standing now. And this is also the route that Prime Minister takes to go home to 7 Kalyan Marg. So I think we'll have to wait for perhaps a few more minutes. But as you can see, the PM security protocol has been activated on SP Marg. This is exactly the route that Prime Minister Modi had taken when he had gone to Palam technical area to receive President Putin. And this is exactly the route Prime Minister Modi will take to come back with President Putin. Of course, you've been talking about the political significance, the diplomatic symbolism of Prime Minister Modi going to receive Putin. And now You can see the security vehicles are gradually crossing this area. It's a long cavalcade, we have been told, because there are Russian security agencies also, along with the SPG and the Delhi police, and that's why there is very tough security. The entire road has been sealed from here till Palam technical area. There are hundreds of paramilitary forces who have been deployed along this route, and we have seen last 2 hours extremely high security. The ITC Moria Hotel, in fact, has been sealed from all sides. No outsider is being allowed to go inside except the Russian delegation. And I can see the sirens now on my right side. There is a movement of VIP vehicles along this route, and we are getting this indication that any time the cavalcade will cross this area. You can see another security vehicle has crossed this. This is a long stretch. Now you can see the number of vehicles, and I think we are now watching live the cavalcade of Prime Minister Modi and President Putin crossing the SP Marg here. These are live visuals we are giving. It's a long cavalcade. You can see these are SPG vehicles and also vehicles belonging to Russian security agencies who have escorted Putin to India. And this cavalcade now has passed, and from here the distance to 7 Kalyan Marg, Lok Kalyan Marg, I think is just a couple of kilometers. So in the next few minutes, both the leaders will be at PM residence, and the private dinner that Prime Minister Modi is hosting.
He's going to stop off at the ITC Moria, where Himanshu is reporting from, but he's going to go straight across. Let's go quickly across to Professor Andrew Latham, who's been waiting very patiently, and Daniel Block. Daniel, let me come to you first. How would the United States, specifically President Trump, see this visit?
Well, I'd say first, I'm not sure how much Trump himself is paying attention to this visit, given how scatterbrained he can be and erratic. That said, I think not terribly well. And, I don't know if he's aware that this is a visit that happens every year, but certainly it is happening, or not every year, excuse me, that the two leaders meet relatively frequently. But certainly this is something that's happening in the context of deteriorating U.S.-India relations. We know that Trump has been very harsh on India for a variety of reasons. And one of his stated reasons, I don't know how much this is actually motivating him, is that India continues to maintain warm ties with Russia. So I think that this might irritate him, again, to the extent that he's paying attention to it. And I think his reaction to it will ultimately depend in some ways on what, if anything, the two leaders say about the United States coming out of it. Is this an opportunity for Modi to double down on kind of the trade conflict with the United States, or does it lead to some softening, or do they say nothing about the United States at all? My guess is the final is going to be what happens, and perhaps that's the wisest option in some ways, because again, I really don't know how much Trump himself is paying attention to this visit.
Sure. Let me just quickly go across to Professor Andrew Latham, Professor of International Relations at Macalester College. Professor Latham, India has a stake, obviously, like so many countries in the peace process. In Europe, we've had Prime Minister Modi visit both Kiev and Moscow in the past, speak to President Zelensky and President Putin. Do you believe this is something that's likely to come up?
I think so. India's strategic posture of multi-alignment and strategic autonomy means that, yes, Prime Minister Modi can be friendly towards President Putin, and the two countries can have close and perhaps growing economic, military, and diplomatic relations. But on the other hand, India also has to strike not just a pose, but it has to be serious about promoting peace between Russia and Ukraine, and has done so since the beginning of this conflict. And so it's a balancing act of sorts. On the one hand, yes, we are close friends, not allies, but close friends and partners with Russia. On the other hand, we have an interest in advancing and promoting the peace process between Russia and Ukraine. So I cannot imagine that this will not come up over dinner, even in polite company.
Tarak Artha, this isn't just about playing the balancing act. The Prime Minister of India has gone out of his way in order to receive President Putin at Palam. What do you think America is thinking right now, or Mr. Trump is thinking right now, looking at these pictures, the two of them in the Indian Prime Minister's car, that hug and handshake?
Well, he did the same thing.
First of all, I think it's important.
Right? He went and, he personally went and brought him from the airport. So I don't see why he should complain. He could say, perhaps, flattery, the imitation is the best form of flattery. But, what astonished me actually was that joint article by these three ambassadors. I don't know whether you saw that.
Yeah,
we did.
Who didn't?
What did they hope to achieve? You're not going to bother me. You don't bother me. You don't bother Putin at all. So was this some kind of clarion call to Trump saying, we are behind you, we are doing the things that we can. You sit in Delhi and write about that.
Supplicants.
That's not diplomacy. I don't know what it is.
No, it is. In fact, Ambassador Yash Sinha, would you like to come in on this? That message by those three leaders. They're obviously pursuing their agenda, but they're on our soil and they know our sensitivities. Was it a bit insensitive of those leaders to be, writing in the way that they did?
Vishnu, the three ambassadors wrote boilerplate stuff which is reflecting the positions of their respective governments.
Yeah.
But could they have used more temperate language? Certainly. Could they have avoided writing an article just on the eve of the visit of President Putin? I would think so. And I think today, if I'm not mistaken, or yesterday, there was a response by the Russian ambassador, Denis Alipov. So I think if you need to fight your battles, fight them in your own capitals. Do not export them to a third country. And that also a friendly country to all the three countries whose ambassadors wrote, and of course, a very friendly country to Russia. But what I'm struck by is the playing out of these special or the privileged strategic partnership. It is unprecedented. I know it's for the seventh time that Prime Minister Modi has gone to the airport to receive a foreign leader, but then for them to travel together in the same car to Lok Kalyan Marg is again a gesture that the whole world will be watching. And this is India's strategic autonomy at play, multi-alignment, hedging, whatever you call it. But India cannot be taken lightly. And this is the message that is going out to the world.
Lieutenant General Saha, do you think in that sense this is a response? Not to say that the Prime Minister should be troubled by what's written in a newspaper, but in a sense saying, look, you may be trying to pressure India, far from it. We're going to do exactly what we want and we are going to underscore it.
Yeah, thanks. You see, I think the most important point, apart from a whole lot which has been covered really, I think India is seeing great opportunity in the larger reorientation that Russia is up to, from Greater Europe to Greater Eurasia. In that, if you see geographically and otherwise, for multiple reasons, economics and so on, India has got a far greater significant role. And I think that is exactly what the Prime Minister is trying to bring out, apart from all the other issues that we have talked about, Trump, US, so on and so forth. And hence this, added importance of going out, receiving President Putin, and also it helps, in a sense, he is helping Russia to balance China actually. And that balance between China and Russia, again, helps India. So I think he is playing the game exceedingly well, if you ask me, the way the things are unfolding.
But you don't think the shadow of that editorial at all hangs over this visit or anyone's concerned about it?
I wouldn't give it so much significance, fine. They have written and we just heard what the ambassador had to say. I completely endorse what he's saying.
No, and also I think the overall sense is also that these ambassadors represent countries that India has very close relations with, and even though it was unsavory from a diplomatic perspective, the message that goes out is that they were able to do that here in India. This is an incredible democracy, isn't it? Nandan Unnikrishnan is also with our coverage tonight. He is arguably India's leading expert on the Soviet space, India-Russia relations and Russia itself. Nandan, good to see you. Big night for India-Russia. What are you making of, beyond just the hugs and the handshakes, which are a given with these two leaders? They're traveling in the same car together. What does all of this tell you tonight?
Well, traveling in the same car is becoming a habit for them. They seem to have a genuine romance going, as far as I can see. But at a more serious level, I think we are at a juncture in geopolitics where India needs to have close consultations with leaders of all the major powers. And Russia is no exception. And given our long history of as Putin said, unique relationship, if you take it from the time of independence, there is much that Russia and India have to discuss because the geopolitical waters are not undisturbed, as it were.
But Mr. Unnikrishnan, let me ask you this quick question. Is it also not true that India is looking for Russian engines for our rockets, one that is more powerful than the Vikas engines, and therefore for putting satellites in geostationary orbit, we may have a more effective engine available? I believe that's something that we may be collaborating on now. Could you share some details?
Vishnu, I am not privy to what is being discussed at that level. But yes, India would be interested in acquiring any technologies, any equipment that would advance the programs in space or nuclear energy that we pursue domestically. So undoubtedly, we will be looking for equipment and technologies. What we end up with is something that I am not expecting to be announced at the summit. The summit usually doesn't have these huge declarations. This comes either sometimes before the summit or after. In this particular case, I expect it to happen sometime in January, February.
General Saha, again, this is not the time and the place for defense deals to be announced. But I suppose that when the leaders meet, the defense minister of Russia here as well, there is more momentum which is added to existing processes. How do you see the overall defense relationship in the context of, let's say, systems like the S-400, India's acquisition of a nuclear submarine, and other areas where both sides are, have collaborated for an extended period of time?
Very quickly, the Sukhoi 57 with transfer of technology, but with a caveat of licensed production, is going to be on offer. And it will be put out as a stopgap until the AMCA gets developed. Then likewise, the Sukhoi 35, that will also be on offer, with, of course, all the latest ISA and all that. And S-400, since you specifically asked, I think we are still to receive 2 which are pending. And I would imagine post-Sindoor, the Air Force certainly would want more. S-500, of course, is fantastic. I think it will be discussed. And submarine lease, as you're talking about, rather than procurement, I think the lease would be on offer. These would be the major ones. But having said that, I think Sukhoi 30, the upgrade package must come. And you see, that is the areas, little bit of this older generation equipment. I think we should insist on the transfer of technology there as well.
Mr. Unnikrishnan, in fact, even before Mr. Putin touched down, we had, our defense minister and Russia's defense minister co-chairing the 22nd India-Russia Intergovernmental Commission. And what the Russian Minister for Defense said over there, the fact that our bilateral relations have a strategic character and the partnership with India is a key factor for the balance in South Asian region and global security in general. So the grounds have already been laid of what this relationship in the field of defense is going to be from here on.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, as far as Russia is concerned, India is a critical partner in not only on the economic front, but even on issues of global security. It's not only the defense relationship in terms of equipment. You can see us exchanging information, cooperating with each other in Afghanistan, for example. There are many other areas in which we exchange information and keep ourselves sort of abreast of the moves of the other nation. So in that sense, I think there is a strong historical relationship which Russian leadership and the Indian leadership want to take forward without sort of irritating the geopolitical situation as it exists today.
Yeah, because even what we've seen so far in the first hour, less than an hour since Putin has landed, there's so much messaging, there's so much breakage of protocol, no shortage of subject matter to analyze what the reactions from other countries are going to be like, most of all from Trump. But General Saha, you had something to add to that?
Yeah, sure. You see, the thing is, from the point of view of Russia, and talking about this point which Mr. Undi brings out, they see, I think, India as a bridge between Gulf and Indo-Pacific. Whereas the Americans see us from an Indo-Pacific perspective. And I think that's a significant difference, you see. And that is where I say, I think Prime Minister Modi is seeing opportunity for India.
You know, where is that cavalcade? I mean,
probably the motorcade would have reached.
They've reached. They should have reached Lok Kalyan Marg by now. They were at SP Marg about 15 minutes ago.
So, there are no traffic signals, I assure you.
It's not like they're stuck in a jam or something.
Nandan and General Sinha, you know, before the cavalcade left from there, we were arguing about whether Prime Minister Modi is going to drop President Putin at the hotel and then go home, or they're going to go straight to 7 Lok Kalyan Marg.
It's actually a great example. This is the way to reduce your carbon footprint. You say, you know, let's all travel in like the same vehicle. Next thing you know, they're going to be getting a bus at the summits, and everyone traveling together.
Yeah, I don't think they've met traffic at Shantipat or Satya Marg or anything.
I've always wondered, without traffic, how much time it takes to travel from the airport to, let's say, that Moria. It would probably take just 2 or 3 minutes at the speed at which, you know, these vehicles travel. But
I can't tell you how I know this, but it's about 6 minutes.
Oh, really? No, that's impressive.
Yeah.
Ambassador Yash Sinha, you know, we keep talking about weapon system, and that's perhaps visually the most interesting part, you know, of the Indo-Russia equation at one level. But, you know, hard commerce and hard trade, the fact that there is a trade imbalance between the two countries, we sort of import a lot from Russia, we export very little. What can be done to realistically fix that?
I think that's going to be a key point on the agenda for the talks tomorrow, because, as you said, the trade is very imbalanced. I think it's the tune of $68 odd billion, of which we export only $4.9 billion. So I think we can export much more. There have been areas that have been identified, agricultural products, fishery, etc. And there are other areas which Russia can sort of gain from in terms of buying from India at a cheaper price. So I think till now, I think Russia has been fixated as far as trade is concerned with the West. But the circumstances it finds itself now, or China for that matter, they're looking elsewhere. And who better than India, their time-tested partner. So I think there's going to be talk on trade, energy and defense. I think General Saha has covered the defense aspect quite well. Just to pick up on what Nandan had said about Afghanistan, because, you know, we've been cooperating on Afghanistan for many, many years. I've personally been involved in that. But be that as it may, I think with the Bagram very much in the news now, I'm sure our experts and our foreign officers, etc., would be exchanging notes on how the situation is developing in the region. And I think because we have this special privileged strategic partnership, I think all these issues will come under discussion. Energy, certainly, because energy is another area where we are under pressure, but we haven't bowed to pressure. Yes, in October, our intake of Russian oil was reduced, but don't forget that Rosneft and Lukoil were sanctioned. And in December, we might see a further drop. But India will buy oil from the available sources in terms of price, in terms of availability. And I think that is in our strategic national interest. And I think this is a message that everyone should understand, because I find this completely unaccepted and double standards where countries preach to us that you shouldn't buy, and yet they buy themselves, they buy energy in huge quantities from Russia. So I think all these issues are going to come up for discussion. And I'm hopeful and I'm sanguine that the outcome of this visit will be something that will be of mutual benefit, but will also be a message to the rest of the world.
You know, I just want to tell our viewers that Sputnik is quoting the Kremlin to say that Prime Minister Modi's decision to meet the Russian president at the aircraft ramp was unexpected and the Russian side had not been informed in advance.
So what did I tell you? My sources said they had no idea. My sources were pretty well placed. Sometime, and I would suggest 5 p.m., the Prime Minister said, "Chalo chalte wahan airport." And, that's what happened. And then Putin got into President Modi's vehicle and they went off to his house. It's as simple as that. I mean, this is what friends do.
Really? He told his driver, "Chalo chalte hain," and he just hopped into his car.
No, but Ambassador Sinha, what does that mean, though? Sputnik reporting that the Russians had no idea about this, and it was presumably a pleasant surprise at the Palam terminal. What does it mean, though?
I would take it with more than a pinch of salt.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was going to say. Yeah.
So it's all planned, is what you're trying to say.
How could they not know? I mean, one of the most protected world leaders.
You boffins at the External Affairs Ministry could have told us earlier, but chose not to. I think that's what he's trying.
No, I mean, look at those pictures. It's not like, he looks startled or he's like, "Oh my God, what is this person doing here?" It's very apparent that it was planned. However, that is what Sputnik is reporting for the time being. We, of course, are going to talk about what happens in the next few hours, what will be discussed over that dinner, what happens in the next 24 plus hours tomorrow. We have to stop for a very, very quick break at this moment. The biggest story here on NDTV.
सैल्यूट है जी, आप देश की रक्षा में जान लगा देते हैं और आप घर घर में तार लगाते हैं जी। ई बीम टेक्नोलॉजी से बनी, न जले न पिघले, सबकी रक्षा करे।
हम सरहद पर लोगों की रक्षा करते हैं और आप देश के अंदर। सैल्यूट तो बनता है जी।
अपार अणुशक्ति फायर प्रोटेक्ट वायर, अपार देश का तार।
Two world leaders, one crucial meet. Putin says Namaste India. The autonomy, the Big Bang deals.
भारत और रूस हमेशा कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर चले.
Strategic shifts and the global impact. NDTV tracks the high-stakes handshake. Modi-Putin summit on NDTV 24/7.
Front lines of Kargil, the fury of Operation Sindhu,
so many attacks,
the chaos and cries of disaster zones, to fighter jet cockpits, and the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break, live, unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right and Centre.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area. North Ukraine. In France, in Italy. At Srinagar. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV.
Across the country.
He has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. Aditya Raj Kaul, covering international affairs like no one else. Only on NDTV network.
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, द बेस्ट ऐप टू यूज इज द एनडीटीवी ऐप।
21 days in Kashmir. People have bombarded me, friends, with requests for an unfiltered list of things I saw and observed on the ground. Very special ground report from the line of control. There were some children who've lost limbs in the shelling. They're now India's smallest but possibly the most powerful crime family. Cough syrup has killed at least 25 children. Gaikwad साहब ऐसे मत कीजिए। Suddenly, people are wondering about the weaponization of India-Pakistan cricket. We live and breathe elections. You will not believe your eyes or ears when I show you what I'm about to do.
And for a country that has fought so many wars in the mountains and at high altitude.
We're standing on the Indian Navy's newest warship.
The line of control, Shiv Arun, NDTV.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
Namaste, India. As you all know, I've been traveling around the world with my music. But this one is truly special. Something that's India. You all must have seen the magic that was created in Kun Fayakun. Now it's your chance to experience it with me. So book your tickets from District app and together let's create harmony of hearts. See you, Delhi.
Pulling us into this country.
They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
I don't sugarcoat. I shoot straight and tell you stories.
Well, good evening, everybody, and it is a wonderful evening over here. We've got the Russian President Vladimir Putin here in India, Prime Minister Modi lending a personal touch by greeting him at the Air Force Station in Palam in New Delhi.
Incredible, the list of protocols that have been broken by Prime Minister Modi as he welcomes his friend, the President of Russia, Vladimir Putin. These pictures from just a few minutes ago as the President arrived in the national capital. It's a cold December night here in Delhi as the two leaders then got into the same vehicle as NDTV first told you they likely would. Not the Prime Minister's traditional vehicle, not the beast that Vladimir Putin travels in, but a separate PMO vehicle designated for the two leaders to sit in the back seat and head towards the Prime Minister's residence at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, where they are currently, Vishnu, presumably having that private dinner.
That's right. Well, joining us now, Ambassador Yash Sinha, General Subroto Saha also with us, and Nandan Unikrishnan. I'd like to thank you all very much for being with us. Ambassador Sinha, to you first. Sputnik has just put out a tweet saying that there was no expectation on the Russian side that Prime Minister Modi would be there. Assuming that that's correct for a moment, is this rare? What does it symbolize?
I wouldn't expect that the Russian side didn't know because the security is involved. Yeah. And I think the Russians are very particular, and most countries are, but Russia in particular, given the circumstances that exist today. So I'm even if the MEA or if the protocol didn't convey this, the message would have been conveyed at least to the Russian security. But I think perhaps they sort of had already been in touch. I can't say it's pre-planned necessarily, in the sense that it may not have been decided a day or two ago. It may have been a decision taken today. But I feel that the Russian side would have known. But then again, I'm not privy to what exactly happened. Normally, I've handled a few visits, so I know. Normally, these things are always decided in advance to the details, to the minute actually, about how things proceed.
No, I completely agree, and especially in the wake of the Ukraine conflict, President Putin's security detail is even more intricate and on tenterhooks, and therefore I would very much agree with Ambassador Sinha on that count that Sputnik probably pushing it a little too far. But, and I want to bring all of the other guests back on our screen because Nandan Unnikrishnan, let me bring this to you because the India-Russia relationship has a large degree of continuity and even predictability. We know for a fact that there's going to be a lot of business. There will, of course, be a lot of defense. Let's put Nandan on our screen quickly, please. Energy, nuclear, all of these things are you're presumably going to be on the table when those talks happen tomorrow and probably part of the joint statement as well from Hyderabad House. But it's the little things. It is the gestures. It is the bromance, as you rightly called it. It is the breakage of protocol. That is where perhaps the story in some ways will also unfold. Do you agree with that? And what do you think the two leaders will be talking about over dinner as we speak?
I think you're on mute, sir. Can you unmute yourself?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I think they have a rich sort of panoply of topics to discuss. So, starting with global and coming down to regional, there are issues which both Russia and India are interested in. And I do agree with you that it's these little breakages of protocol and personal touches that imbue a freshness to the relationship, which some people used to think was drifting and was, there was a distance growing between Russia and India. But clearly what we are seeing today indicates that that is not true.
Sure.
But I think what the two will focus on...
I'll just go across quickly to General Dhillon, who also joins us. General Dhillon, I was seeing an old interview that I had done with President Putin way back in 2002, and it just seemed that nothing has changed. I was asking him a question on Pakistan as a state sponsor of terrorism. Pakistan remains a state sponsor of terrorism. But I suppose the question I'm asking you is this: how has Russia been consistent for India in our fight against terrorism, not just now, but for decades, which is why that remains one of the bedrocks of the bilateral relationship?
Good evening, Shiv. Good evening, Vishnu, and good evening to Ambassador Sinha and the fellow panelists and all your viewers. Yes, not only on terrorism, Russia has been a trusted ally, very dear friend since ages, since the times of Soviet Union, ever since our independence. Russia has always stood by us. In the international diplomacy, Ambassador Sinha knows it better. International diplomacy, no one can be trusted. There are no permanent friends, there are no permanent enemies, there are only permanent interests. But with Russia, there's a very special bond. As a citizen, we can feel it. I'm very sure the diplomatic community feels it much more. But as a citizen, I can say, जैसे हिंदी में बोलते हैं ना, ये बंदा भरोसे वाला है. You can count on him. That is the type of feeling you get when you talk about Russia. Unfortunately, that feeling doesn't come when you talk about any other country. And India and Russia, not only on terrorism, we have been great friends in the 1971 war. Everyone is aware when US 6th Fleet came, how Russia intervened. And after independence, our defense forces, what we are today, the strength, the mighty military which we are today, is all because Soviet Union supplied us all the weaponry, all the equipment. And it was not in dollar terms, it was on barter system. And that is how Russia built us militarily. The defense ties go back to 75 years. And Russia has always been a very trusted ally, may it be in terms of joint ventures, may it be BrahMos, may it be Sukhois, or may it be aircraft, anti-aircraft weaponry and aircrafts, and even the maintenance of the legacy equipment. Very important, because India, we cannot afford to have 100% state-of-the-art equipment in our inventory.
No, General Dhillon makes a very important point that, ये भरोसे वाला आदमी है at a time when there's not a lot of bharosa going around, geopolitically speaking. I think that's an important point that you make. But, the two leaders, like Nandan was saying, there's no shortage of topics for the two leaders to talk about, even at this quiet private dinner that the Prime Minister is hosting with the Russian leader right now at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. Vishnu, I'm wondering whether they're going to talk about Trump.
Well, I'm wondering whether Trump would speak about them. But let's bring in Shishir Priyadarshi, President of the Chintan Research Foundation. Mr. Priyadarshi, I think one of the things that they will be speaking about is Ukraine. And I think that's important. From India, we want the war to end, obviously, but we also want a resumption, for example, of the oil trade. I mean, it's going to come down now because there are more American sanctions. The moment the war goes away, presumably American sanctions on us will also end. So there are economic interests tied up to this entire business. So do you believe that that's going to be discussed very closely?
Good evening, Vishnu, and good evening to others too. Before I answer that, let me just give a second on this spontaneity, lovely discussions you've been having. You know, when one was exposed to diplomacy first, you learned that spontaneity is a well-rehearsed art. And you know, you probably rehearse it well before expressing it. But on that, you know, just two quick points. One is, even if it was communicated, and I'm certain it was communicated to President Putin's entourage a few hours before, it has a much greater impact than something that you've done, you know, 3 or 4 days ago as part of the plan. The other thing I think is very important, and this must have been very well thought out, that he will be there and it will be projected by media as something done very spontaneously. It sends a big signal.
Yeah.
This is something that will be picked up globally. It'll be picked up, you know, whether it's President Trump pretending not to be, you know, looking at this visit, but this is something which will go down, that, you know, he went there. But coming to Ukraine, Vishnu, I think India has a huge interest in the matter being settled. And I think it is also true that the sanctions, which both indirectly and directly we are facing or are likely to face, will ease if there is a decision. But India also, my feeling is, doesn't want a decision which comes about, which in a way sidelines, you know, India, or which, you know, gets Russia to, as part of the deal, not to continue with the kind of relationship we have.
Yeah.
But more importantly, I think, you know, what also, you know, President Modi is a world figure, and he wants to really kind of build on that. And if he can play even a small part in getting this, you know, kind of deal done as a consequence or partially in consequence of this visit, I think it'll go a long way.
We've got the latest pictures coming in from Lok Kalyan Marg of Prime Minister Modi and President Putin. So obviously, as we reported, they've gone straight to the Prime Minister's estate in central Delhi. And these are pictures first on NDTV, as always, of the two leaders walking through that archway adorned with the Russian and Indian flags and making their way towards the site where they are currently having their private dinner. These are pictures, as you can imagine, from a few minutes ago. They're deferred.
Beautifully lit up.
Yeah, beautiful.
I haven't seen that lighting on the walls with the Russian and Indian flags or any flag before this. So it's a bit different. If you just look at that beam atop the structure, I found that to be quite interesting. So they're very relaxed looking, you know, Shiv, at this stage.
Yeah.
The two leaders, you know, they're friends. They've gotten to the same car, as we've been saying. The real work begins tomorrow, and just for the benefit of our viewers joining in, there'll be a formal reception on the forecourt of the Rashtrapati Bhavan that takes place shortly after 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. There'll be the formal Russia-India annual summit that will be held at Hyderabad House. There is a Russia-India business summit which is taking place at the Bharat Mandapam. President Putin will be going there at some stage tomorrow, and he will be going to Rajghat as well. But later on in the evening, there'll be a formal banquet hosted by the President of India at Rashtrapati Bhavan before President Putin flies back. So a short visit, 27, 28 odd hours before the Russian president ends his visit and goes back to Russia. But Nandan Unikrishnan, as you know, somebody who follows the space program very closely, and we should discuss this a little bit, Gaganyaan, India's space program, that's something that we track so very closely, has very close links with Russia, right?
Yes, we had sent our future cosmonauts, astronauts, whatever we want to call them. We had sent them for training there. And Russia has tremendous experience of manned space flight. So it is something that we would like to share with them. I mean, they could share with us, and we could learn a lot. So I'm sure ISRO is well aware of it, much better than I am, and are doing whatever is necessary in that direction. The Russians are particularly keen these days to maintain a close relationship with India and are quite prepared today to be far more open in the sharing of technologies, information, than they were, let's say, even 5 years ago. So it's an interesting juncture in our relationship, and we should not miss this opportunity.
All right. Dr. Peter Hansler, founder and chief editor of forum Geopolitical.com, joins us. Dr. Hansler, how is Russia looking at this visit? Besides affirming or reaffirming a close relationship, what are Moscow's expectations?
I think the expectations are very high. I think that there will be talks about a lot of trades. I assume that a lot of contracts will be signed at the occasion of this visit. And it's also an appreciation. I think the Russians show a lot of appreciations towards India because India stood strong with Russia.
Dr. Hansler, just give me 1 second. I'll come back to you. The image that you see on the screen is of President Putin, Prime Minister Modi in Prime Minister Modi's vehicle, a Toyota Fortuner, which President Putin hopped onto on his way back to the Prime Minister's residence. So again, the bonhomie of the two leaders. We saw this in Tianjin a couple of months back when the two leaders had gone there, and we're seeing this now as well. I mean, it's interesting because the Russian president had his special vehicle, his armored vehicle flown in from Russia, but he chose to get onto Prime Minister Modi's vehicle instead. So that sort of gives you an idea of the informality that exists between the two leaders. Dr. Hansler, go ahead with the point you were mentioning.
Yes, I think Russia does appreciate the level of loyalty which India showed towards Russia, because from the very beginning, that means since March 2022, the Western countries, whether it was the United States or the European Union, everybody was putting a lot of pressure on India in order to, that they don't work any longer with Russia together. And India stood strong. And loyalty is a concept which is extremely important.
Dr. Hansler, just give us half a second. We're going to quickly move on now to another important part of this relationship, a look at the defense relationship between the two sides. Shiv and I were looking at the S-400 surface-to-air missile system, the S-500 system, which India might be interested in the future. Let's just play out this report and give our viewers an idea of something that interests both sides very closely.
So let's stay with these pictures. Let's stay with these pictures because I want to put that picture of the two leaders in their car on our screen again for a moment, because it's the second time that President Putin and Modi have ridden in the same car together. It is a breakage of protocol, but it's happened for the second time this year after the Tianjin. This is a picture from Tianjin at the Shanghai Cooperation Organization summit earlier this year. And here's the other one, that's tonight. So the two leaders have shared a ride twice this year. This is the money shot, Vishnu. I'm going to go ahead and say this is the money shot, even though we've got a whole day of photo opportunities tomorrow lined up as well. And I imagine there's going to be a lot of such things to see tomorrow as well. But two big pictures, important pictures. The one on your left side of your screen is tonight. Prime Minister Modi and President Putin riding in a PMO vehicle together, breaking protocol, riding together to the Prime Minister's estate. On the right-hand side of your screen, pictures from a couple of months ago in China. So the two leaders sending out a message just a few weeks apart that messaging matters, symbols matter, this friendship definitely matters, and riding in the same vehicle is only one in a small list of protocols that the Prime Minister has broken, including being there personally to receive President Putin tonight at the Delhi Palam airport. So as we speak, as you look at these pictures, let's go full frame on tonight's picture for a moment, because the two leaders are now at the Prime Minister's estate where they are having dinner. This is the picture that I wager you're going to see on the front pages of most newspapers tomorrow, in addition to those magnificent pictures that are coming in from the Lok Kalyan Marg estate, which is where the Prime Minister resides in the national capital. It's a cold winter night, and the two leaders are now in there having dinner. Let's show our viewers those pictures from 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, Vishnu, where the two leaders, I imagine a very small group will be with them as they have that conversation. It's a private dinner, very quick one that's being hosted by the Prime Minister before tomorrow kicks in. Remember, President Putin is staying at Delhi's ITC Maurya Hotel. The entire hotel, of course, has been taken over. It's a high security zone already. Tomorrow, the day begins at 11 a.m. There are protocol items on the agenda early in the morning from about 9:40, which is when the ceremonial guard of honor at the Rashtrapati Bhavan takes place. And then you've got President Putin and Prime Minister who will begin the India-Russia summit.
You know, Shiv, I got a message from a very senior Indian diplomat, somebody who served very, very closely in Russia in the past as well. And he says that, and it's interesting, it would have been extraordinary and newsworthy if Putin had not been received at the airport by the Prime Minister, as has been the norm for all Russian presidents and CPSU general secretaries, without exception, as with all US presidents. So perhaps this was something that President Putin would have expected, and but I do believe it is interesting that they hopped onto the same vehicle and drove down to Prime Minister Modi's house in the manner that they did. But this does reflect, the importance that India attaches with the relationship with Russia, and there's a great deal of that's going to be looked at over the next few days. Now, over the next 24 hours. So what exactly are we looking at? We're looking at an enhancement of the trade relationship between the two sides. Agriculture is one area that India would be looking at, and Russia, pharma as well. Energy, in terms of potential future Russian continued collaboration in the nuclear field. Defense, though don't expect any defense deals to be signed. This is a bilateral relationship where there is a distinct trade imbalance. India imports a lot more of Russian products that primarily by Russian oil supplies than the other way around. And both sides are interested in righting that, which is why tomorrow at the Bharat Mandapam, in the heart of New Delhi, we expect leaders of both sides along with business leaders, and there is a massive Russian delegation, I believe 400 strong, Shiv, who are over here and who will be talking business as well, and looking to engage Indian industry. Russia at this stage is a war economy. A lot of their economy is progressing, but it is being driven into fueling that war against Ukraine at this juncture. What the world expects, and India certainly does, is that the war must end. That enables India to restart oil imports from Russia, and it enables trade between both sides to actually get to that level that both India and Russia seek.
Ambassador Ajay Malhotra, former Indian envoy to Russia, is also joining our rolling coverage tonight. A very big night. Ambassador, welcome. Your word on how the Prime Minister received the Russian president. It's a big day tomorrow. We've discussed in a fair amount of detail what's on the table. But this very special relationship, especially amidst all this geopolitical churn, we know who's watching. But the small gestures, what do they mean? Your take, sir. Ambassador, you'll need to unmute yourself, please.
Go ahead, sir.
Apologies. Yeah, well, this was to be expected. They are friends of long standing. The first time they met was in 2001 when the then Chief Minister of Gujarat, Mr. Narendra Modi, had gone to Moscow, and when they had signed the agreement on sister city relations between Astrakhan and Ahmedabad. And from that occasion on, even as Chief Minister, he met him 3 times, again in 2006, 2009, and then repeatedly thereafter, when he became Prime Minister from 2014. So this is a friendship that has deep roots, not only for India, but also for the two top interlocutors. They get on very well, which is clear to anyone who is looking at the visuals. And being at the airport was absolutely expected. Sputnik might be telling you anything. I heard the previous portion where they might be saying that protocol, etc. But these things are never outside protocol. They always take place as per requirements. And if you look, even when Putin went to Anchorage in Alaska, President Trump was there to receive him on the red carpet at the airport. So it would have been very strange if our Prime Minister were not there.
Yeah.
But the lovely thing is that he got into the car, and this would have also been agreed in advance, and proceeded in our Prime Minister's car back to his home for the private dinner that they would be having together, where if you ask me, I think most of the actual kind of broad understandings and policy kind of guidance that needs to be agreed upon would probably be reached. So that's where we are. It's an important movement. What's happening now is, for our country, is hugely important. I only see positivities in it, but we would know more as they come out and brief us later on at some stage tomorrow.
General Dhillon, America has concerns about India's continued import of Russian weaponry. That's not going away. I mean, we've just invested massively in the most basic things. AK-203 rifles, that's a Russian design, made in India for sure. But that Indo-Russian defense collaboration, that's primary to our military policy. And that's not going away, right?
Absolutely, Vishnu, and that's not going away. It has reasons. It has reasons. No defense system, like I said earlier, we can just throw it away and bring in the new weapon systems. Now, Operation Sindoor. Operation Sindoor proved it beyond doubt that air defense is the new sword arm of the defense forces. Now, in Indian air defense, which comprises of all three services, the Army, Navy, and Air Force, like I said earlier, they're legacy weapon systems, they're newer weapon systems, and the state-of-art, like S-400. Now, all these have to be clubbed together. They have to be integrated together. And that is how the Suraksha Sudarshan Chakra comes into being. So older weapon systems, if they are of Russian origin or Soviet origin, and you bring in a Western bloc weapon systems now, how will they talk to each other? How will they integrate each other? In air defense, there is a designation. You pick up which weapon, which projectile is coming towards you, then you designate it to the target, and then the target engages it. Now, all these three things, that is the radar, the communication systems, and the weapon, they have to be integrated. Like that is what is the Agni Tir, which proved successful in Operation Sindoor. So we have to continue to deal with Russia, at least in air defense and in the aircrafts. Like, just to give you an example for the benefit of our viewers, we have BrahMos, which proved so successful during Operation Sindoor. Now, BrahMos in the air transported model can only be carried by Su-30. It cannot be. Now, we cannot bring in a new aircraft and then try and do jugaad to fit in our existing weapons, the missiles like BrahMos. So it stands to logic, it stands to military logic, it stands to economic logic to continue with the block of the weapon systems which we are already dependent on and which is our main inventory. Notwithstanding that, there are certain weapons and communication systems and the intelligence systems which other bloc has. And as standalone, they can be brought in. Whereas Russia, for one, is a country which will deal with us for co-production, maybe of S-500, like joint venture. BrahMos is already there. Square is already big manufacturer here. We are talking of S-500 also.
Yes.
So it makes sense, and also to give impetus to Make in India or Atmanirbhar Bharat. We have joint ventures and co-production with Russian, like you talked about AK series. Now they are being jointly produced. So with dealing with Russia on defense matters makes a lot of military sense.
Sure.
And we should continue to do that. And I'm not even talking about the release of nuclear submarines and aircraft carriers and all which we have of Russian origin. So there is a lot we have in common. And more than anything else, the trust which we have the Russians is beyond.
That's very crucial, and we saw that during Operation Sindoor as well, General Dhillon. And you've written a book on it, so you know what you're talking about when it comes to what India did and that relationship and how it played out. I'm glad Ambassador Malhotra clarified for us and brought us that perspective that there is no breakage of protocol. These things are all well within protocol, but here it is. Here's how the protocol's been bent, if I may use that phrase then, of the Prime Minister being there, welcoming Putin and then riding with him in that car. And I agree with the perspective that it would be surprising if the Prime Minister wasn't there. That's something that Vishnu and I have been saying from the start as well. Given everything that we've seen for the last 12 months, it would be unthinkable for the Prime Minister not to be there for his friend Vladimir Putin. Vishnu.
No, absolutely. Shishir Priyadarshi, let me just come back to you. For you, what would the big takeaways of this visit be? Because, to expect a massive change economically would take time. There is nothing wrong with the strategic relationship. It's a very privileged strategic partnership. For you, what can realistically be achieved?
Vishnu, two things. One, certainly, look, there is a huge trade imbalance. You talked of it. Let me also give the figures. Our trade is about 70 billion, but, we import 65 billion close to it, and we are only exporting 5 billion. So Russia obviously has a huge rupee surplus. Now, we've got to find ways to provide an impetus to Indian exports to Russia. And I think this will have to be done in a very targeted way. I don't think it can be done by simply talking about the need and, with ministerial delegations saying, oh, we must increase this and that. We should pick three areas. And I've done a bit of research on this. And if you ask me, I think pharma, textiles, and machinery. Focus on these three. It's not an exclusive list, but to begin with, let the people in commerce, let the people in MEA just focus on these three things. Because look, there has to be some kind of a balancing to this skewed relationship. So that's certainly one thing that I would hope to see come out of this. The second, since you were just speaking about defense, but the same goes elsewhere too, we are dependent. But I think I'm hoping, and we've done a bit of work on this, that the relationship moves from a pure buyer-seller relationship to a much bigger co-production and co-development relationship. General Saab is absolutely right. If you're deploying, a certain missile and a certain aircraft, it will remain. But then can we not start producing, or at least, as much as possible of whatever is required rather than just purely importing it? A third point, Vishnu, not really related to this. I don't know whether it will get reported at all or not. My feeling is India's presidency of the Brics is going to be talked about.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a very, very tough year to take on. And, Brics is going to be in the limelight. President Trump will, show all guns across to the Brics. And I think it will be India and Russia working in close tandem behind the scenes largely to ensure that India's tenure as presidency of the Brics is as successful as our presidency of the G20 was, especially given the fact that on the other side, it's the US holding the presidency of the G20. So I have this feeling that this issue would certainly be talked about, and I'd be looking for little details on what comes out.
The BRICS point is a very important one, and I actually wanted to get into that next. Ambassador Malhotra, to you first, your perspective on that, talking BRICS and India's presidency. What's your view on that? And then I'll go to Dr. Hansler. Ambassador Malhotra first.
Well, it starts on the 1st of January, and I do know that we have been preparing for it. Consultations have been held and preparatory meetings, also with our Russian friends. And in fact, the point worth noting is that in every sector, our Foreign Office consults with the Russian Foreign Office in every division, every political division, whether it's Latin America, West Africa, ASEAN, etc. The counterpart divisions do consult. And so similarly, with BRICS Plus, as it is now known, we need to see that we act in a way that very successfully moves it forward. India is definitely up to speed on that, and we have the capabilities. So I don't see any problem in that happening. Outside pressures might be there to kind of trip us up or disturb things, but again, within BRICS itself, I don't think there are any serious differences at the moment, or any issues which might be so divisive that they cannot be got over by quiet and serious diplomacy. So I would say, good days ahead. India would have another cap in its feather as we move ahead on Brics Plus.
Dr. Peter Hansler, would you like to share a little bit more on your thoughts on Brics? The fact that this represents at one level a huge challenge to what the United States and Donald Trump believes in. I mean, there's been very strong criticism of that. And yet all the leaders of the Brics nations appear fairly committed, to sort of Brics being a primary international forum.
Is the question to me?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Because I do not. I didn't receive the sound very well from the Mr. Ambassador. But I do believe that for Russia, it's not only a bilateral issue with India, notwithstanding the fact that the relations are deep, very deep and friendly, as I mentioned before. And people, especially from the West, do not understand the term loyalty, the importance of loyalty in the Russian soul, not only in the geopolitical matter. That means it is extremely important, and among the Brics members, the two largest with regard to population nations is China and India, and Russia. I think this is basically a triumvirate of the leaders. And next year we will have India as with the presidency, and it will bring, in my opinion, these organizations a big step ahead.
No, absolutely.
And,
as far as the India-Russia relationship is concerned, we've gone over many of the different elements that are front and center. Defense is oftentimes talked about a lot because it's the most visible, it's high value, it's something that's constantly on the table. Operation Sindoor just happened, as General Dillon just reminded us. But the S-400 is a system that everyone's talking about. It is one of India's largest, if not the biggest deal that India signed with Russia in 2018. There are reports now, and Vishnu knows this, that India plans to repeat its order for another 5 regiments of the S-400 system. So just a moment ago, Vishnu and I kind of talked about this. Let's just play that out. This is an incredibly intricate relationship, but this is something that Vishnu and I have been looking at all year long. The S-400 is a missile system that's already in service with India, Vishnu, but the S-500 is something that Putin is pushing towards India. Tell us a little bit about both these systems and why they're so important.
So I'm going to walk across to the S-400 that you've got on your side, and just for the benefit of our viewers, this is a system that's done incredibly well during Op Sindoor, it was our first line of defense during Op Sindoor. It was the system which intercepted incoming Pakistani cruise missiles, some of which were incredibly fast. This is the system, Shiv, which knocked out that Pakistani AWACS aircraft at a range of 314 kilometers, which is a world record.
Yeah.
So in as much as the S-400 is able to do this extremely well, what you've got, or what we've got actually on this side, is the S-500, which is still in development, but it is a system which can intercept incoming intercontinental ballistic missiles. They look very similar. It's the missiles and the engagement radars and the long-range radars which are different. An intercontinental ballistic missile comes in at Mach 14 plus, 14 times the speed of sound. This system, the S-500, is able to launch its missiles to intercept incoming ICBM in space.
No, so
that's what it's
the S-400 that Vishnu was just talking about, remember, it was ordered by India in 2018 as part of the biggest deal, Vishnu, that India and Russia have signed so far, $5.5 billion. Those missile systems performed incredibly well. They were game changers, as Vishnu said, during Operation Sindoor, and that's the reason why India is about to order 5 more. We're going to double our order for S-400s. That'll happen after the Putin summit, of course, but the S-500 is that big game changer that the Russians are now trying to push, which could be a co-production where, unlike the S-400, which was bought off the shelf from Russia, the S-500 could actually be built as part of a joint venture between India and Russia. And talking about...
Shiv, just a few, just a few details about the S-400 itself. What you see actually over here on our screens are the missile launchers, right? The S-400 has several missiles that it can actually fire, about 5 missiles, some which can hit targets at about 40 kilometers, some going up to 400 kilometers. So it's got different missiles for different ranges. It's got very impressive long-range radars and an engagement radar. It's not just this, it's this plus various components, and they're all mobile.
No, so,
that's what's the big
$10 billion in terms of the S-400, many multiples of that for the S-500 mean that defense, needless to say, as Padmaja was saying as well, is the big sweetener of this relationship. Now, to be clear, no defense deals as such, are expected to be announced during this summit, but delegations that join both the leaders have been steadily pushing many ongoing negotiations forward, delayed deals for a nuclear attack submarine, warships, many other items that are on the agenda. Like you just said, repeat orders for the S-400. The S-500 is likely to be a kind of crown jewel for a partnership or a joint venture between India and Russia going forward. Welcoming Dr. Alexei Zakharov, Fellow Strategic Studies Program at the Observer Research Foundation, onto our coverage tonight. Dr. Zakharov, welcome. It's a cold night in Delhi, but a lot of warmth in the relationship, clearly. Sorry to be so cliched and cheesy, but it is true, because these two leaders enjoy a fantastic personal rapport. It's very clear to see. It's not something you can stage or choreograph. And the two are having dinner right now at the Prime Minister's residence. It's a big day tomorrow. You study this stuff very closely. What are you expecting to see tomorrow?
Well, thanks for having me, first of all. Indeed, there are many visuals confirming that President Putin and Prime Minister Modi have good personal relations. I think the main agenda will be tomorrow, and there are many expectations about the outcomes of this summit. I think that mainly, at least for me, I'm looking at the developments in trade and economic sphere. I think it will be a major focus of this summit, and it's also manifested in the fact that both leaders will attend the Russia-India Business Forum, which is a very large event. It attracted a lot of business people and companies from both countries. And I think that it's like the major focus of this particular summit. Of course, deals in energy, and you've discussed a lot the defense sphere. I think these are important. We have seen the meeting between the two defense ministers today. And I think there are many items on agenda. Some of them are not announced, and some of them will be just follow-ups of these engagements and exchanges during this summit. But to my mind, what will be announced will be concerning the trade, will be concerning commercial agreements in different economic sectors between the countries, in attempt to, reinvent and to boost economic relationship.
Ambassador Malhotra, very quickly, these are two leaders. The two leaders we're talking about in this relationship, are individually wildly popular. There's a sort of viral quality about everything they do. They've got enormous, individual followings among the citizenry of both countries. And they have this amazing relationship. But they're also individually not known to be easy customers when it comes to administration. They're hard taskmasters. They work very hard, not easy to bargain with. From a diplomatic standpoint, Ambassador Malhotra, how does this easy relationship and this bromance help the larger relationship? Does it act as a lubricant to do more things between two countries, the personal relationship?
I think it does in this case, simply because if you see, our bureaucracy and the Russian bureaucracy are well entrenched. And you need somebody who has a different mindset, like our Prime Minister, who's willing to go all the way, and somebody like President Putin, who also is very effective in his leadership qualities. So when they two meet, it gives a certain synergy, and which is why this summit is most important in my viewpoint, because otherwise decisions that have been, kind of progressed and progressing slowly will continue to progress slowly till the the matter of the summit is brought up, and then everyone says, okay, what can we clear? How many agreements can we sign? This is important. Our Prime Minister is watching us, or our President is watching us. And then things start moving a little more actively. If you see even the meetings that take place, the defense ministers meeting the night before, yes. And it all kind of comes up to a crescendo. And that's where the fact of the two leaders being close friends also helps sort out issues, because they can then understand, they know how their systems work. And through their interaction, that's why the dinner tonight, the private dinner, is the most important. They would be able to take decisions which will move things along. Otherwise, it all gets stuck in paperwork and bureaucracy, and like many other countries, the Indians and Russians are pretty good at all of that.
Yeah. No, absolutely. And this is something that we're all very curious about. The diplomats and the scholars have had a ringside view of some of these conversations. But, us TV walas like to focus on some of these softer aspects because, in many ways, the story is there. The relationship is a very steady one. It's got a lot of continuity. But it's in these small little dinners and private conversations and riding in a car together that things sort of indicate what the future might bring. Shishir, do you want to add to that? We know that tomorrow's delegation level talks and the summit level talks have a very structured kind of agenda. What would be your guess, Shishir, that the two leaders will be discussing over this private dinner, for instance?
Look, you've used the right word, yes. But if you give me a long leash, or I'm taking a long leash, absolutely. My feeling is China will figure in this conversation. We haven't talked about it much. We don't seem to. It's always, US and this. My feeling is China will figure in this. Look, Russia has an amazing relationship with China. Just today I was told there are about 200 flights a week between China and Russia, whereas, I think India is still probably in single figures. Yeah. So, and obviously, while there was a lot of talk of India-China relationships, both prior and during the SCO summit, but the fact is that still we are very, very skeptical about that relationship. Now, can Russia play a role? Can a troika emerge? Maybe, as I said, maybe I'm on a long leash on this. But my feeling is China would certainly be one of the issues which will be talked about but not reported.
No, important, and I'm glad you brought China up. General Dillon, there's no conversation without China. The three leaders, Xi Jinping, Vladimir Putin, and Narendra Modi, met just a couple of months ago in Tianjin in China. So there's a lot of subject matter there as well. And I agree with Shishir when he says China is definitely going to come up. General Dillon?
Yeah, I agree with Mr. Shishir too, but I will answer your question in two parts. Firstly, India bonhomie has to happen, or they have to come together. Now is the time. Three leaders in all three countries, very strong in their home constituency, and very, very strong and visibly tough leaders who can take decisions in the interest of their respective nations. So that's why I say if Russia, China, India, bonhomie or future collaboration has to happen, it has to happen now. Yeah. Now coming to the second aspect. China is never in a hurry to mend relationships. China always believes that future generations will be more intelligent and more informed. So they will always bend the issues if it is not in their absolute interest to do it now. Now to bring it in India, China's absolute interest to deal with India on a level ground is what is most important. Yeah. Unlike other neighbors of China, with whom China has mended their border areas, fences, and all the claims and counterclaims, India is a different country. We are equally powerful in economy or in military and other things. We are 1/6 of the world, they are 1/6 of the world. None of us would like to negotiate with the face having been lost. Yeah. So that is most important. We must respect each other's sovereignty, we must respect each other's strength, and then negotiate. And again, I will say as a positive person, now is the time for these three countries to come together because of the respective leadership being very strong in their respective home constituency. If a leader is not strong at home, he cannot take strong decisions at international level.
Well said. And I think that pretty much sets the flavor for the conversation between these two leaders and the countries they lead. Gentlemen, thank you very much for joining me on our rolling coverage for tonight. We continue at 10. But I just want to tell all our viewers that this is Vladimir Putin's first visit to India since the beginning of the Ukraine war. It's a key bilateral that has been set between the two leaders that takes place tomorrow. The day kicks off early in the morning. Here's a look at the man who shaped his own destiny.
Торжественная церемония вступления Владимира Владимировича Путина.
He emerged from obscurity to become the undisputed leader of the largest country in the world. From humble beginnings to having his writ hold sway in domed city Moscow, capital of modern-day Russia. Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin never missed an opportunity to mold destiny to his advantage. Vladimir Putin was born in 1952 in the Soviet city of Leningrad, still recovering from the shock and deprivations of World War II. Most of the population had died, 1 million of them starved to death. Putin's father had been badly injured in the war. His mother had nearly died of starvation. Living in a rat-infested apartment with 2 other families, Putin's family had no hot water, a broken-down toilet, and little or no heat. Putin's early life was spent in the Russian Dvor, the tough-working communal courtyard where he learned how to survive by becoming street smart. Early in life, he was attracted to Sambo, a martial art developed by the Soviet Red Army that combined judo with wrestling. Later, he shifted to pure judo and became a master. On his 60th birthday, he was awarded the 8th Dan Black Belt, the highest rank in the sport, becoming the first Russian to have the honor. Vladimir Putin studied law at Leningrad State University, graduated in 1975, and immediately joined the Soviet intelligence service, the KGB. He served as a foreign intelligence officer for 15 years before Lieutenant Colonel Putin retired from active KGB service in 1990. He returned to Russia to become pro-rector of Leningrad State University with responsibility for the institution's external relations. In June 1991, Putin became a deputy mayor of St. Petersburg and was put in charge of the city's Committee for External Relations. He officially resigned from the KGB in August. And then onwards, his growth in the world of politics gained true momentum. Vladimir Putin moved to Moscow to work in the Kremlin in the department that managed presidential property. In March 1997, Putin was elevated to deputy chief of the presidential staff. In July 1998, President Boris Yeltsin first made Putin the director of the FSB, the KGB's domestic successor, and soon after, secretary of the influential Security Council. Yeltsin, who was searching for an heir to assume his mantle, appointed Putin Prime Minister in 1999. The street kid from Leningrad, who had learned judo to hold his own, was now well on his way to becoming the world player that he was destined to be. Within months of Vladimir Putin becoming Prime Minister, Boris Yeltsin resigned as President of the Russian Federation, and Putin became the acting president in his place on December 31st, 1999.
При осуществлении полномочий президента Российской Федерации.
Putin served 2 terms as Russia's president before stepping down to assume the position of Prime Minister. Russia's constitution then prohibited anyone from serving 3 consecutive terms as president. During his first 2 terms itself, President Vladimir Putin worked on restoring a sense of national pride and perception of Russia as a global power. At the same time, his policies and economic reforms saw Russian economy experience significant growth.
More than 23,000 sanctions levied by the Euro-Atlantic Alliance against Russia. You can sanction a country to bring it to its knees so that the population becomes so dissatisfied that the population achieves the regime change. But it hasn't worked in Russia.
In March 2012, Putin was re-elected as Russia's president once again. A constitutional amendment extended the presidential term from 4 to 6 years. Since then, Putin has won 2 other consecutive elections by impressive margins each time to remain president of Russia, a post that he still holds. Strong and decisive, Putin has endeared himself to his supporters, within Russia and across the global south, as someone ever willing to challenge the hegemony of Western influence and globalism. Vladimir Putin, the boy from an impoverished background, has by his own efforts today become the ultimate symbol of Russian national sovereignty.
सैल्यूट है जी, आप देश की रक्षा में जान लगा देते हैं और आप घर घर में तार लगाते हैं जी। ई बीम टेक्नोलॉजी से बनी, न जले न पिघले, सबकी रक्षा करे।
हम सरहद पर लोगों की रक्षा करते हैं और आप देश के अंदर। सैल्यूट तो बनता है जी।
अपार अणुशक्ति फायर प्रोटेक्ट वायर, अपार देश का तार।
Front lines of Kargil, the fury of Operation Sindhu,
so many attacks,
the chaos and cries of disaster zones, to fighter jet cockpits, and the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break, live, unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right and Centre.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area.
North Ukraine.
In France, in Italy.
At Srinagar. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV.
Across the country.
He has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. Aditya Raj Kaul covering international affairs like no one else. Only on NDTV network.
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती है तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, the best app to use is the NDTV app.
21 days in Kashmir. People have bombarded me, friends, with requests for an unfiltered list of things I saw and observed on the ground.
Very special ground report from the line of control. There were some children who've lost limbs in the shelling.
They are now India's smallest but possibly the most powerful crime family. Cough syrup has killed at least 25 children. Gaikwad sahab, aise mat kijiye. Suddenly people are wondering about the weaponization of India-Pakistan cricket. We live and breathe elections. You will not believe your eyes or ears when I show you what I'm about to.
And for a country that has fought so many wars in the mountains and at high altitude.
We're standing on the Indian Navy's newest warship.
The line of control, Shiv Arun, NDTV.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig until what's buried stands.
Good evening and welcome. Thanks very much for tuning in to NDTV. I'm Padmaja Joshi, and on every story that matters, the buck stops here. And our top focus today, even as the entire world is talking about that big Trump-Modi meeting that is to happen tomorrow, a shocking story is unfolding right here in our country, under our noses, in Tamil Nadu. It's a fight for the right to pray. And it has put devotees at the Lord Subramanya Swami temple and the DMK government in Tamil Nadu eyeball to eyeball. And today came a massive vindication for these devotees who simply wanted their right to light the Kartigai Deepam festival lamp at the Deepathun stone pillar on the Tiruparan Kundaram hill. The Madras High Court dismissed the Tamil Nadu government's appeal against the order that had allowed devotees to light lamps at the hilltop and called the plea itself one that had been filed with an ulterior motive. But the question is, what is that ulterior motive? Why would someone be stopped purely from lighting lamps at their temple? For that, you need to understand the background and the politics of this controversy. This Tiruparan Kundaram Hill has been a site contested by the Hindu devotees and the adjoining Muslim dargah. The hill houses the temple dedicated to Lord Subramanya Swami and the Sikandar Badusha Dargah. On Monday, though, the Madurai bench of the Madras High Court ordered that the temple administration should light the lamp at the Deepathun on Wednesday, and yet it did not happen. The temple administration was told by the court, light that lamp. Come 6 p.m., it did not happen. It simply did not happen. It did not happen despite a court order. It did not happen despite CISF cover being given to those who won their right to light the lamp, and they won that right from court. It was a court order. It did not happen in brazen contempt of that very court order. Today as well, the Madras High Court gave the state a second round of tongue lashing. To the argument that the lamp lighting would have created communal disturbance, the court reminded the state that communal harmony cannot be achieved by preventing one party from doing their religious function, and in fact, harmony is possible only by coexistence. Think about it. Despite two orders of the court, in fact now 3 orders of the court, why did devotees not get the simple the right to light a lamp? Even the court was forced to ask, once a year, if believers are lighting this sacred flame without affecting anyone, why is there any difficulty? Why should it be made so hard? But despite all of this, even as we speak, the state government has remained defiant. It has argued in court that not only did some people try to create a law and order situation, but the court's order itself was one of judicial overreach. They asked, how could the court allow for the CISF or ask for the CISF to be deployed there in order to give security for those who are going to light the lamp? All of these arguments were struck down. The plea itself was dismissed. The plea was called one with an ulterior motive. Ultimately, it was the devotees who had a ruling in their favor. But despite all of this, imagine the courts have intervened. They have again and again questioned the intent of the government. But despite all of that, even as we speak, that lamp has not been lit. Now, the simple question you must ask yourself, what is the concern here? Is the concern really for upholding the law? And is that concern going to be fulfilled by being in contempt of the law, by actually defying the court? Or is there something far more sinister, in the words of the court, far more ulterior at play? You decide.
செயல்படுது போலி மதசார்பின்மைக்காகவும் தேர்தலுக்காகவும் இந்த அரசாங்கம் தேவையில்லாத ஒரு பதட்டமான சூழ்நிலையை இந்த பெரும்பான்மை சமுதாய மக்கள் மீது ஏவி விடப்பட்டிருக்கிறது. இதில் இஸ்லாமிய அமைப்புகள் எல்லோரும் மிக வருத்தப்படுகிறார்கள். எனக்கு வேண்டிய எல்லோருமே இஸ்லாமியர்கள்லாம் தேவையில்லாத விஷயத்தை பண்ணிட்டு இருக்காங்க அப்படின்னு சொல்றாங்க. இன்னைக்கு தர்கா பக்கத்தில் இருக்கு, எந்த விதமான பிரச்சனையும் இல்லை. யாரும் அங்கே போய் எந்த தொந்தரவு பண்ண மாட்டாங்க, அவசியமும் இல்லை. இது தீபத்தூண். ஆனால் அரசு வழங்கி நினைச்சிருக்கோம்னா எல்லை தூண் அப்படின்றாங்க. எல்லை தூணுன்னா அரசு வழக்கறிஞர் படிச்சிருக்காரு, அவருக்கு அறிவு இருக்காங்கிறது எனக்கு தெரியல. எல்லைக்கல்னா 4 பக்கத்துலையும் இருக்கும், தீபத்தூண்னாலும் ஒரு பக்கத்தில் இருக்கும். பேராசிரியர் இருக்கார், அவர் இன்னும் என்ன விட நல்ல விளக்கமாக சொல்லுவார். ஆக போலி மதசார்பின்மையில் தான் இன்னைக்கு இந்த அரசாங்கம் வாழ்ந்துட்டு இருக்கு. ஆயுள் காலம் நெருங்கிட்டு இருக்கு, கவுண்ட் டவுன் ஸ்டார்ட் ஆயிடுச்சு.
No, this is the mischief played by the BJP and its alliance. The problem here is the local people are not happy with this, the entry of these people. They want to create trouble in the hill. Local people welcome. When they were chased away by the police, local people happily received it. They were with the police. Why should they trouble the local people? As if they are the saviors of Hinduism. They are not the saviors of Hindus.
Joining us on the show today, we have Pradeep Bhandari, national spokesperson of the BJP, M.R. Venkatesh, advocate who's handling this matter. He, in fact, is the advocate for the devotees, Dushyant Sridhar, Vedic scholar, Dr. Kalanidhi Veeraswamy, a member of parliament of the DMK and political analyst, Dr. Pulla Rao. Dr. Kalanidhi Veeraswamy, the first question naturally is to you. How can the court's orders be ignored in this fashion? Why aren't the devotees being allowed to light the lamp?
Vanakkam to everybody. Let me start by saying that this court order is being questioned mainly because there was a case which was filed in 2014 and for a similar problem, and there was a judgment by a single judge saying that the present practice of lighting the lamp at the Uchipillayar Koil should be continued. And then this was challenged again, and in 2017 a 2-judge bench has given an order stating that the same practice should be continued, and the case was dismissed. So subsequently, now they have come again to another court where a single judge gives an order which violates what the 2-judge bench have ordered in 2017. So this has actually become a legal conundrum, because when you have 2-judge bench giving an order, it is something similar to saying like a 7-judge bench of the Supreme Court, that order is being violated by a single judge order by the Supreme Court.
Sir,
see, this cannot happen. So we have asked for clarifications.
Now, on the 4th of December 2025, the court, a 2-judge bench, has asked for the lamp to be lit. And in fact, I want to read out some of the observations made today. In fact, some of the things said in the order today. The learned single judge, having found that the state machinery willfully decided not to implement the direction, citing pendency of unnumbered appeal, called upon the assistance of CISF for enforcing the directions. The situation has arisen in which the state police unable to carry out the constitution mandate. Here you've got the court saying that the government is willfully ignoring what the court has said, and your police is unable to carry out the constitutional mandate. The question is why? Even as we speak, and that's the big breaking news right now, even as we speak, the prohibitory orders have not been removed from that area. The people who were there to light the lamp, they are not being allowed. And the local officials there are saying, we are going in appeal, so we are not going to allow you to carry out the lighting of a lamp which has been allowed to you by the court. The law of the land allows these devotees to light the lamp, Dr. Kalanidhi Veeraswamy, and your police is stopping them. Why?
Okay, I will answer that. See, the lighting of the lamp has been happening in this Uchipilliyar Koil for the last several decades, if not a century. And this new order is stating that it should be lit in a new place, which has not been in vogue for several decades. So now when there is a controversy like this and there is local tensions over there, the local authorities are best suited to understand how the sentiments are playing over there. And the court order also, if you just read Justice G.R. Swaminathan's order, he has said that the petitioner and 10 other people can go to the temple and to the hill and they can light the lamp. But if you see, there were hundreds of people who have gone there carrying several
So you're saying that the local administration knows better than the court? Because you made the same argument yesterday. Today that argument was shot down. In fact, when it comes to the whole idea of communal harmony, you have made that argument. And the court has very specifically said communal harmony can't be achieved by restricting religious acts. It has to be done with both sides acting together.
See, this is the same attitude with which the Ram Temple issue was approached, where everybody, the thousands of people who went there desecrated the mosque over there. This is the same kind of a judgment which caused the problem which is happening in Manipur, where a judge had given a verdict about a reservation policy which changed the things over there. Where
with the greatest of respect, sir, are you saying that the court doesn't know this?
What has been happening for 2 years?
Are you questioning the wisdom of the court that has not once, not twice, but thrice said that this deep should be lit? Are you questioning the wisdom of the court?
No, no, it is not about the question of questioning the wisdom of the court. We are basically saying that this particular judge, he has given this order where there have been several allegations, accusations about him by retired chief justices.
But are you questioning the integrity of the judge? Are you now questioning the integrity of the judge?
No, it is not me questioning. There is one Justice K. Chandru who has made this observation. I am only telling you what.
Sir, it was a two-judge bench.
Spoken about him.
It's a two-judge bench. Are you questioning the integrity of both the judges?
No, two-judge bench has dismissed the appeal of the state government.
Exactly.
The state government has
decided you appealed saying that the deep should not be lit, and they dismissed your petition.
And the state government feels that. Let me finish, madam. The problem which is happening over there is something which can lead to a law and order problem. And if you look at this, even the Sabrimala case, there was a Supreme Court direction for women to be permitted. But the Kerala government could not do that because of the problems which were being faced by them.
Okay, let me open this up. Let me quickly get in MR Venkatesh. MR Venkatesh, ultimately it is the discretion of the government. And I'll come to you, Pradeep Bhandari, on the political aspect of this as well. It is the discretion of the government. They know better what is happening on the ground and they fear a law and order situation.
Padmaja, I am before Justice Swaminathan and technically I'm on my legs before him. So I will be very brief and to the point. This case is over 102 years. First thing, let me correct you or my learned friend, Mr. Veeraswamy. Civil court in 1923 gave a judgment in favor of the Hindus. It went up to the Privy Council and it was affirmed. Then in 1996, Justice Kanakaraj, a single judge of Madras High Court, said, barring the Dargah, barring the Dargah, you can light the Kartikai Deepam anywhere 15 meters away from the Dargah. He said just keep a 15-meter buffer zone and light the lamp anywhere. Now this Deepatun on inspection by Justice Swaminathan, who went there personally, estimates it's more than 50 to 60 meters. This is the first thing. Second thing, the hill itself is revered as Lord Shiva. The hill itself is Lord Shiva. People don't know this. This is a hillock like Tiruvannamalai. This is a hillock which is revered as Lord Shiva. The third point, as far as law and order is concerned, yesterday 144 was section 163 BNSS, which corresponds to 144 CRPC, was invoked by the collector, and that was quashed today when the police commissioner of Madurai appeared before his lordship Justice Swaminathan. And yesterday on that order of Justice Swaminathan, Justice Jayachandran's bench agreed with Justice Swaminathan's assessment that law and order will not break down. Please understand this. And why it will not break down is 1994 as well as in 2013, the Dargah committee has given an assurance in writing that they welcome the lighting of the lamp at the Deepatun. It is not the Muslim, there is no Hindu-Muslim problem. The problem is with these secularists. The problem is with Dravidian parties who care two hoots about the constitution, who care two hoots about courts, care two hoots about the law and order situation, and they think it is their fundamental right to trample on the Hindu sentiments.
Dr. Veeraswamy, how are you saying that? How are you saying that, sir? Dr. Veeraswamy is very clear that right now the situation on ground is volatile, which is why these precautions have been taken. Am I right?
No, that is his assessment. Please understand, he is a politician. He can speak whatever he wants. And I am not here to buy his diarrhea. I am here to tell you very clearly that Veeraswamy is not the authority. The authority is the courts. And if you want, if the constitution...
I am not. I have never claimed myself to be the authority.
No, please keep quiet, sir. I didn't interfere. You please keep quiet. You will listen to me. If it requires that a constitutional order of the court, that is what Justice Jayachandran observes, that tomorrow if you have to say that if I have to do something which is intraverse the constitution, it is the responsibility of the state government to ensure that. Otherwise, my advice to Mr. Veeraswamy's party is resign and go. Say that you are not able to uphold the law and order.
Dr. Veeraswamy, the intent is not about law and order, it's about politics.
It is not about politics, and they are saying that we are people
absolutely about politics. It is only about pandering to the Muslim votes.
Hinduism. But one second, sir. Now I am talking. You can kindly keep quiet. You kindly keep quiet.
No. You cannot bullshit.
Interrupted upon when you had the liberty to ask me to keep quiet. You cannot intervene when I am replying.
I will also demand that.
Let's keep it parliamentary.
You are intervening when I am replying, and if this is how you are going to be conducting your debate, I don't think there is any point in even having a discussion about this. This is not called a debate. You are shouting over me.
The court order has to be followed. Please understand that.
If this is what you want, I will leave the floor to you where you can talk the whole point. You can throw all kinds of rubbish on the DMK party and the government over here, and I will keep listening. If that is what you want, I can keep quiet for the whole period of this time.
Dr. Veeraswamy, intent is political. The charge against you is you are doing it for appeasement of politics.
Kindly ask the gentleman to complete whatever accusations or whatever he was leveling.
Yes, go on. Respond.
There is no accusation against you. It's only contempt against you for the type of politics and branding that you do. You bring down the stature of Tamil Nadu. That is the charge.
Dr. Veeraswamy.
You don't respect court orders.
Dr. Veeraswamy, respond.
Can I respond now?
Yes.
So you are talking about a government which for the last 4.5 years, the temples are all under the protection of the government of Tamil Nadu. And the government of Tamil Nadu is being headed by the DMK party. And the amount of work which has been done in the temples, especially our HRNC minister, Mr. Shega Babu, who is an ardent devotee of Lord Muruga and Lord Ayyappa, he has done yeoman amount of work where not even any BJP ruled states, they would have had that amount of work which is being done for the temples in Tamil Nadu. And the extent of work which has been done is being belittled just for political reasons. The earlier speaker, Mr. Venkatesh, was accusing this government, and every time there is an election coming up, that is how the BJP party and the right-wing people, they start throwing accusations and trying to create some kind of ruckus.
Why would repeatedly the court shoot down your arguments? That is the basic question. Had it just been about the BJP going to court, and are you, Pradeep Bhandari, trying to create another Babri-like situation, like Dr. Veeraswamy is saying? You are trying to yoke your wagon to another religious cause. He's mentioned the Babri.
Padmaja, on your show, the DMK panelist openly criticized the Supreme Court's order for saying that Ayodhya Prabhu Shri Ram's Janbhoomi is Prabhu Shri Ram's Janbhoomi, a grand temple should be made. So till date, the pseudo-secularist and the appeasing DMK, which called Sanatan as dengue, malaria, AIDS, is not able to digest the fact that Hindus have a grand Ram temple following the constitutional process at Ayodhya Ram Mandir. And this is the exact mindset that they are applying by not allowing the Deepam to be lit at the Deepotsam.
That's exactly what they're saying, that you're trying to turn Madurai into the Ayodhya of the South. That is exactly the allegation.
Well, the truth of the matter is, Padmaja, that Hindus have submitted themselves to the writ of the law. And what did the DMK government give them in return is a lathi. Can you please tell me which court, what is the law? What does the constitution say? That a Supreme Court or a High Court order has to be implemented in letter and spirit by the state government. The duty of the state government is to ensure that law and order situation is maintained. But there is a larger conspiracy here. DMK government purposely ensured that the law and order situation was not maintained so that they could impose Section 144 and prevent the Hindu devotees from following their faith after the order of the Madras High Court. So what the DMK government here has done is they have imposed a cost. They have imposed a cost on the Hindus for practicing their constitutional right under Article 25. Because if yesterday 1,000 Hindus were going there to light the Deepam by lathi charging and imposing Section 144, they are ensuring that not 1,000 but 900 go. Now please tell me that had they practiced the same barometer, had it to do with another faith? No. Did the Hindus not follow the law? They followed the law. Did the Hindus not follow the constitutional process? They followed the constitutional process. Whose responsibility was it to maintain this law and order in 10 seconds? This exact mindset of sensitive areas, not able to apply the law, it was followed by the Congress party. That is why you could not have an Ayodhya Ram Mandir for decades. The same anti-Hindu mindset is followed by the DMK, where the Hindus are treated as second-grade citizens. Despite the court order, they are not able to practice their faith. This is the breakdown of the constitutional machinery.
Dr. Pulara.
Have they applied the same principles for any other faith?
After Mr. Sridhar, because they know that I can comment on each one.
No, Dr. Pulara, you please respond to this, that this is trying to do vote bank politics. It's as simple as that.
Well, let me tell you, all legacy issues are very painful. You know, many of us who are very faithful, who believe in the Hindu faith, these are legacy issues which we have to tread very carefully. I appreciate Mr. Venkatesh's fight, and also I have nothing against it. He has done a great fight. He has won a court battle. That's the way things should be. But this is, I may say, with some experience or something, this is a legacy issue. We should handle it very carefully.
Sir, it is not a legacy issue. Now it is a legal issue. It is a legal issue. Let's be absolutely clear. And let's keep Pradeep Bhandari, M.R. Venkatesh on the screen, please. Let's be absolutely clear on this bogey that is being perpetuated right now. The court in its order has said, and I think it's important for the viewers to know this, the court has said clearly, lighting the lamp at the lower peak will not affect the rights of the Dargah or Muslims in any manner. So whoever is saying that a communal cauldron is bubbling over there, the court is clear. There is no communal danger over there.
The court is not going by press reports. The court is going by that law. The court is not competent to decide what's going on the ground. They're given the law.
The court is not competent?
Fair enough.
The court is not competent. Pradeep Bhandari, the court is not competent.
Agency that the
police has to ensure. One minute.
The DMK government is creating situation on the ground so that they get an alibi to not implement the court order. This is exactly what the Congress party did for decades by not allowing the Ram Mandir to come.
I don't. You see,
it is a sensitive
you have
area.
some manners.
This is exactly the same mindset.
I don't want to hear your voice.
I will not.
Enough.
No.
You spoke enough. What do you know?
You cannot. You speak the law.
Let me talk.
You speak the law.
What are you lecturing me for? What are you lecturing me for?
I will lecture you because of you.
You're not competent.
You know what the court said when I quote the court. Harmony doesn't mean blocking rituals.
No, you can't.
You know, Dr. Pullarao, the reason why this needs to be called out, and it needs to be called out in all stark detail, is because the way things have happened since the beginning of this week, it just reeks of impunity. Let me give a little bit of background to the viewers. First, you had one court order come on Monday. This entire ritual was supposed to take place at 6 p.m. yesterday. It didn't happen at 6 p.m. Then Sunday the devotee said, what's going on? There is no preparation that has been done. Then they said, the court said, okay, you go, 10 people should go and light it, we will give you CISF cover. Then the government said, oh, this seems to be judicial overreach, we are not going to allow this, we are going to appeal against it. That appeal was struck down today. Separately, the court again said, please go and light the Deepam today. We want it lit today. The court was absolutely clear that there is no communal harmony that is going to be disturbed, that in the name of communal harmony, people cannot be stopped, one side cannot be stopped from the practice of their religion. And more importantly, because the 6 p.m. deadline yesterday was missed, and in what way possible? When the court asked, why did the Deepam not get lit at 6 p.m., the temple's council actually said, we were unable to reach the executive officer responsible for carrying out the directive. That is the impunity with which people have functioned. You simply said, we couldn't reach him. Why? Was he in the jungles of the Amazon? Could he not be reached? Could you not call him? Could you not send a fax? Could you not call one of his associates? You simply cannot reach him, and you basically cocked a snook at the law, and that's not us saying it, it's the court which has used those words. Now let's come to the point, Dushyant Sridhar, of the larger legacy issues that are being made. It's being argued if for 100 years you had no problem of this particular contested area having the Deepam lit, why are you waking up suddenly? Are you trying to create trouble? Are you trying to foment passions in Tamil Nadu? Dushyant Sridhar.
Namaskaram Padmaja, and namaskaram to all my fellow panelists, and namaskaram to the viewers who are watching this show. First of all, you don't expect anything remarkable from a government where a sitting minister on stage with the HRNC minister on stage calls Sanatana Dharma as AIDS and cholera. You don't expect much. And when their own family members speak and recite verses in Sanskrit, the son calls the language dead. Is absolutely an oxymoron, and that is visible on stage. And coming to the point, this is a temple which has been venerated for over 2,000 years, Padmaja. We have the Tamil, the language, the Tamil, which was formed in Madurai and which was nourished by Shiva, who is the principal deity. Skanda, Muruga is the deity who developed the Tamil language, and for all their facade that we are protectors of the Tamil language doesn't find any mention here, because you're taking away the rights of a beautiful festival, of the Tamil festival, for a Tamil god on a day when devotees are happy. So they don't have respect for the language Tamil. They don't have respect for the culture and the festivals that we all celebrate as Tamilians. They don't have any respect or any knowledge of the literature. People who call legacy issues cannot even tell what is the name of the deity in the temple, what is the name assigned by the poets, and they will just keep rambling because of their age. Age has nothing to do with wisdom. It's just pure expertise in the scriptures and the literature with which you talk. And to me, as a Hindu, I feel not belonging to any political party. I can tell you this is a big setback for the Hindus, because they have elected a government which is absolutely against their rights.
Why?
That's their motive. That's their motive. This language protection, Tamil culture, all the shields that they use is not true at all. Principally against, because when you have a festival for the Tamil god Murugan, that is not celebrated, and what you do as a protection is to Sikandar Alauddin Shah, who for 30 years between 1336 and 1378 massacred the Tamilians, and all of this is recorded in history. And you are there to protect that, who has no connection with the Tamil language, and you don't have the audacity to celebrate a Tamil festival which is meant for the Tamil people.
Dr. Veeraswamy.
Absolutely a double edge.
No, it is actually shameful that the person is spitting so much of venom about this government. But anyway, I will answer this. This government, like I had told earlier, that they have the ones who have done the... Sir, if you want to keep talking, I will keep quiet, and I will keep quiet the whole show, sir. No problem at all. We have no problems. You can rant and rave how much ever you want. You want me to keep quiet? I will stay quiet. You conduct the show with only the other three people talking about DMK party and blaming us. I have absolutely no problem.
Can you speak about the verses in Tamil that were quoted by Jnana Sambandar about the deity? Because you don't believe in the literature. Quote.
Dr. Veeraswamy.
Please quote.
No, he's talking about some Jnana Sambandar, what he quoted. I am not here for a religious contest about who is a bigger Hindu or whatever. You mean to say that everybody who knows about Jnana Sambandar, what he quoted is...
To the panel, you should have that knowledge, not everybody.
Sir, you can kindly go ahead and talk. I mean, like, you finish talking and then I will speak.
Sir, Mr. Veeraswamy, it is better for your own dignity. You keep your mouth shut. That is better for you.
Okay. Let's please treat each other with respect, but very humbly,
you want me
Dr.
to keep my mouth shut?
Veeraswamy.
I'm perfectly fine with that. I will be perfect. It will be perfectly fine for me.
No, because Dr. Veeraswamy,
it
is your government which is in the dock. Let's be absolutely clear. There are people who are livid today because there is a sense of disbelief that you go to court, you fight the legal fight, and despite that, a government holds you back even as we speak. And that's the other big news coming in right now. People who were gathered there to light the Deepam, they thought that finally, after 3 separate court orders, they are finally going to be given right of way. They have been detained. Let's fire that breaking news. They have all been detained. They have been picked up by the police because the prohibitory orders, the order was that the lighting of the Deepam should be allowed, but that permission has not been given by the state. Amid that entire court drama, the government remains adamant. There is a sense of what is going on. People are messaging right now. People are calling and saying, we are at our wit's end. Let's quickly listen in to what happened at that moment.
Dramatic scene just outside the Tirupparankunram hilltop. They are even after Madurai bench of Madras High Court ordered revoking of 144 and asked the police commissioner to give protection to the petitioner to light the Deepam in top of the hill. Police officials here say they won't allow. They are going to appeal against the order of revoking of 144. So they strictly say they won't allow anyone to go to the top of the hill, and they say they have to wait still as police on behalf of police officials, they are going to appeal against the revoking of 144 order. You know, there was a legal argument between the temple administration, between the state government and between the state government and the petitioner side. There was a argument where the temple administration told that here it would create a chaotic situation, law and order situation if we allow to yesterday there was a scenes in Tirupparankunram where the barricades were broken, scuffle was happened. How you see the overall developments in Tamil Nadu?
Overall Tamil Nadu, there is no problem. Because of only the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu creating the problem. Yesterday it will be allowed, but it will be very smoothly. Okay. But this situation is created by the Tamil Nadu government.
But DMK say...
Dr. Veeraswamy, people picked up, people detained. Why?
Yeah. Okay, if I were to understand this, the G.R. Swaminathan's judgment was very clear, saying that petitioner and 10 other people could go and light the lamp. But here we are talking about hundreds, if not thousands of people who were there, and there was a fear that there may be a law and order problem, and you already know that 2 police have been beaten up and they have been injured. So when this kind of a tense situation is existing over there, the ground situation is something where the local administration Even if there is a court order, they know pretty well that they are going to be facing contempt of the court and they probably are going to be even penalized for this. So they are the ones who will have the best judgment to decide about how to handle a crowd of thousands of people.
Weapons in their hand, and it's a law and order
Sir, if you want to keep talking, I told you earlier, if you want to keep talking, you please go ahead and keep talking. I will keep quiet the whole show.
I will. You should keep quiet because you are a Hindu-hating man and your party is a Hindu-hating party which is not implementing the court order for its Hindu hate and minority vote bank politics. Were they carrying weapons in their hand that it's a law and order problem? What were they doing that it's a law and order problem? Can you please tell me? Devotees going to light a diya is a law and order problem?
Dr.
Will you apply the same principle? How is it a law and order problem?
No, he is the one who said you have to keep quiet. So I don't know what he wants me to do. Whether he wants me to answer him or he just wants to keep shouting and creating a ruckus over here.
I want your government to allow Hindus and implement the court order.
What is the
That
need?
is what I want. Follow the letter and spirit of the Indian Constitution.
Like I said, that the local administration are the best judges. So you talk so much about the court order. There was a Supreme Court order about the Sabarimala case where they said that women should be permitted to go and visit the temple there. But from 2018 to date, it has not been implemented. Why are you not fighting against it and going against the government over there? You know pretty well that the sentiments of the local people over there will create a law and order problem. That is exactly what will happen over here as well. See, the BJP is only looking at opportunity where you will create a law and order problem. Come elections, you immediately take the religion card and you will make a big ruckus of this, and you talk about Sanatan Dharma, saying that Sanatana Dharma is something which the DMK is against.
You call Sanatan Dharma as dengue, malaria, AIDS, Mr. Veeraswamy. Your party wants to consolidate a vote bank. It's failed nationally.
Keep quiet and just shut up and listen to what I am saying when I am speaking. If not, you tell me. I will keep quiet. You decide what you need. Do you want answers or you just want to keep ranting?
No, I want you to implement the court order.
And keep
I want you.
quiet.
No, you need to tell. You need to tell. Were they carrying weapons? Were they carrying swords? What was the initial evidence and the investigation that you had that it's a law and order problem?
Conducting your debate, I see no point in having this kind of a debate with a person who jumps in every word I speak. He wants to jump in and create a ruckus, and they want to talk about religion.
Hindus there also were following the law, sir.
In another 6 months they have elections. They are looking at this as an opportunity to make a big issue out of this kind of problem. And they are thinking that they will score brownie points, but let me tell you that people of Tamil Nadu are much wiser than what you are. They will understand, and you are talking about a government where in a population of about 87% of the people are Hindus. You think that we are trying to appease Muslims. What kind of a stupid logic is that? You think that if we are against the Hindus, 87% of the people,
yes, you are.
You think that the people over there would be voting this party again into power? Come 2026,
there were decades
you see what
that
will
Congress
happen.
also used to be voted into India. That did not make Congress a pro-Hindu party.
Place where they can win even a single seat over here.
Fair.
Because the people of Tamil Nadu are aware about BJP's treachery and the things that they are doing, wherever they go, they end up with riots, they end up with mayhem, and they end up in violences. This is what has happened throughout wherever you are. You create such religious tensions and create disharmony among the people. This is what BJP does.
Dr. Veeraswamy, that in the upcoming assembly elections in Tamil Nadu next year, you win, you sweep, you form the government. After the results, will you allow for the Deepam to be lit at that spot?
Madam, you have to understand this. Court proceedings is something I'm not even talking about till after the elections. I am talking about, see, if there is going to be a Supreme Court, this case has to have its logical conclusion.
A political issue for the
I'm
BJP,
sure that you have to exhaust all your legal recourse.
I am asking
and then we will,
best of luck to you.
The government will take a decision on that.
Let your party sweep the elections. Will you allow the Hindus of Tamil Nadu, the devotees of that area, to light the lamp? Will you allow them then? With your party back in power,
no, it
is already an election issue for the BJP
you are making
party,
it sound as
will you allow them?
Can I respond on that?
Yes.
It is not like as if the deep has not been lit. It has been lit in one place for the last 100 years, and all of a sudden you come and you are creating a ruckus saying that it should be lit in another place. We are saying that we will have our legal recourses, and when we have a legal recourse where there is a High Court order, and when we can appeal that in the Supreme Court, let us wait it out till we have the
Mr.
legal
Veeraswamy, with that logic, if one of your leaders is caught by the enforcement directorate and until the time the court does not give a verdict in Supreme Court, will you agree that your leader should be in jail? Do you agree that your leader should be in jail and you will not appeal?
No, one second. The enforcement directorate,
one of your leaders
the enforcement directorate is a tool of the BJP where you use it only to victimize opposition members, where you go ahead and do that. We have already seen that. You have arrested some of our ministers under the using the enforcement directorate. Not only from our party, all opposition ruled states are being targeted by the ED, and I know pretty well that within the next 6 months we are going to have several more ministers and probably members of parliament also where they are going to be arrested before the election. You will put up some cases and you will say that these people are all corrupt and they were doing all kinds of nonsense.
You please fight your political battles with each other, but why are you dragging simple devotees, simple people, the man on the street into all of this? They are not politically aligned. They just want their right to worship. One, by the way, from the court, through the legal route. This is not some extra constitutional move they are making. Dushyant Sridhar responding.
Two very quick points. From the hillock, from the bottom, when we go towards the top, there are two pillars, stone pillars. The topmost stone pillar is referred to as Deepatun in all our scriptures. The one that was lit yesterday is midway, which is called as Mokshatun. Clearly, the inscription states that on the day of Kartigai, the Deepatun has to be lit. Just because 50 plus years it has been lit midway, it doesn't make it right. Point number one. Point number two, the person on the panel said, you have to give others a chance to speak. We have to follow the rules of the debate. Then following the rules, the court orders is also an important thing. When you want the rules to be followed in a debate, why not follow that on ground?
And that's the simple question. Final question I will leave with M.R. Venkatesh. The argument now being made is 10 people were allowed. Why did 1,000 go? That is what precipitated the situation.
No, it did not. It's a blatant lie. And I think only a DMK person can lie to his teeth just like that. People were assembling there since afternoon, hoping that the lamp will be lit. And this order was passed on 1st of December. But when people assembled there and there was no sign of any movement from the temple authorities, we moved a contempt petition at 5, which was heard at 6. An order was passed at 6:05 or 6:07 by the learned single judge, directing that 10 devotees can go up the hillock and light the lamp, along with the CISF personnel. But by that time, huge crowd has gathered. And who allowed this crowd to gather? It is the police. It is a mistake of the police. The learned judge asked, I will pass an order for the entire town to be vacated. The police would not agree. The learned ASG would not agree. So please understand that this is a diabolical plot by the DMK government, its legal officers, its police officers, to ensure that the fundamental rights of the Hindu petitioner is deprived. We will fight till the end. We are determined to fight it legally. We will fight it through the media. We will take it to the People's Court. We will ensure that the downfall of the DMK government is done. Vetrivel Muruganuku Arohara.
But the government is saying you will create a law and order problem. They will again appeal against it. They are appealing against the order you got today.
See, the DMK government talking about law and order is the most funny thing. It's the world's valuable oxymoron. The DMK government is known to break laws. It has done with impunity on the. What happens to the court then? Have we privatized the courts? Have we done away with the courts? What happened to Article 226? Do we say that the Constitution of India is burnt? Are we saying that it is no longer in force? Are we saying the court orders need not be followed? Are we saying that the IAS and the IPS need not have to have any, the executive need not report anything to the courts in such mandamus issued by the courts? What are we talking about?
Okay,
the problem with Mr. Meerasamy, he is a politician, he can get away with any nonsense. But the courts will not allow such nonsense. That's the problem.
Well, the law of the land ultimately will prevail, has to prevail. The politics aside,
Correct.
whatever the considerations here are about elections or otherwise, this is the fundamental right of people in this country to practice their religion without any fear or favor. And it's the court of this land which has said clearly that if communal harmony has to be maintained, it cannot be a one-way street. You cannot have one side being stopped from exercising their basic right. Still hoping that the last word and justice comes from the court. Thanks very much, gentlemen, for joining me. The other big story that we've been tracking here on the channel, a grand gesture for Russian President Vladimir Putin, where Prime Minister Modi today broke protocol to receive him at the Palam technical area. He, in fact, greeted Putin with a handshake, a warm embrace. Both of them left the airport together in the same vehicle. The Russian president, in fact, rode in the vehicle of the Indian PM. Remember, Prime Minister Modi is hosting a private dinner for Putin after his arrival in New Delhi. And on that, let me go straight across now to Ravi Agarwal, Editor-in-Chief of Foreign Policy Magazine, joining us now on NDTV. Ravi Agarwal, thanks very much for speaking to us. President Putin is in India soon after he had two very interesting men meeting him. What do you think he'll be telling Mr. Modi about that meeting today with Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff? Or is that even on the table?
I don't know that he's necessarily going to pass on details that have been discussed with the United States about Ukraine with India. My guess is that what this summit is really about, first of all, it's an annual summit. It's happened 23 times before. It just so happens that this is the first time that Putin is coming to India since he launched a war in Ukraine. What is significant here is that India is not a signatory of the ICC, the International Criminal Court, which means that Putin can travel safely to India without risk of being arrested for the crimes that he's committed in Ukraine. Crucially here, I think a lot of this visit is about symbolism for Putin. He wants to show the world and also the people back home in Russia that he can travel around the world. He is not a person that despite the best efforts of the West to isolate him, to sanction him, he can get around. So the scenes that we're looking at on your screens right now and that have been broadcast through today and tomorrow, very important for Putin. For Modi, however, it's quite different. He has to balance this sort of high wire act of hedging bets between Russia and the United States.
Is it also a message to China that India is also a counterbalance in this region for Russia?
I mean, it is to some degree, but not as much in this particular case because Russia and China are extremely close right now. There is no way that Russia could continue the war in Ukraine without clear support from China in a military sense. And of course, because of purchases of Russian crude. India is different in this regard. I mean, of course, it does buy Russian military hardware, but Russia's not depending on India to survive. And it's worth keeping in mind that in the last few weeks, India has dramatically reduced its purchases of Russian crude. Reliance Industries, of course, has stepped back from some of its private sector purchases as well. And all of that is because of pressure from the United States as President Trump tries to bear down on Putin and impose more pain on the Russian economy as a way of having a bit of leverage in these negotiations with Ukraine.
What do you think Donald Trump would be thinking right now when he looks at these pictures of especially the Russian president riding along with Mr. Modi in his vehicle?
I wouldn't make too much of this because remember, just a few months ago, Putin was in the United States, in Alaska, riding in the Beast, in President Trump's car, the president's car. And, you know, so those images which were seen around the world and people like me and many others criticized the White House for hosting President Putin in the way that it did without really leading to any massive breakthroughs in negotiations over Ukraine. So if the American president could do that, I see no reason why the Indian prime minister can't do that. You know, each country is allowed to do as it pleases. I think the bigger takeaway from this really is that we're entering a world in which the United States is no longer the sole hegemon. A world in which many countries like India, we call them middle powers in academia, there are countries that feel that they need to hedge their bets, that they can't rely just on America or just on the West, and they need to have multi-aligned relations with many other countries. India has long actually tried to do that and must be feeling vindicated to a degree in having that kind of setup in its foreign policy. However, there are limits to this. You can't be everyone's friend and expect that to not collide at some point. And the era we're entering of war, basically several wars on multiple continents, means that geopolitical choices are more likely to collide today than they were 3, 4, 5 years ago.
How do you suspect? Collide how for India?
Collide because for the last 25 years, India has been trying to move closer and closer to the United States while maintaining a close friendship with Russia. That collided when Russia invaded Ukraine and the United States wanted to put a lot of pressure and sanctions on Russia, and it expected India to go along with the pressure campaign. India did not. But India could not continue that sort of independent policy indefinitely without some consequences. The consequences are the tariffs, the American tariffs on India this year, which in many ways have derailed a 25-year trend of the United States and India moving closer together. So that is the collision I'm describing, where you can have a foreign policy that, you know, is a la carte, picks and chooses your friends, but in a world in which there is conflict, that becomes much harder to do.
But isn't this visit supposed to offset exactly that collision?
To some degree. But remember, India is still reducing its purchases of Russian oil. Again, there's a lot of symbolism here for both the Indian domestic audience, for the Russian audience, also for a global audience. But ultimately, you know, India's reality remains the same. It needs cheap oil. It is going to have to find it somewhere. Longer term, the bet that India needs to make is still one in which the United States is the world's biggest economy. The United States still has dominance in key areas of technology, whether it's AI, whether it's semiconductors, whether it's cloud computing. Russia is not an economy of the future. Let's be clear. Yes, it has hydrocarbons and fossil fuels, but longer term, India is going to have to figure out a way to work with the United States. Of course, the United States itself is not static. President Trump has been a huge disruptor to the system, but you can imagine that 3 years from now or 8 years from now, there could be a change. And India needs to keep some of its options open, but it can't write off the United States either.
But Russia disagrees with that. Their view is that right now, economically, they are far more trustworthy, far more sturdy than at least Europe, if not America.
Look, trustworthy in that the Russia-India relationship has indeed stood the test of time. From a Russian perspective, I get that. From an Indian perspective, I understand the loyalty. However, India must ask itself, is Russia an economy of the future? And look, part of the reason why the Russian economy hasn't entirely collapsed in the last 3 years is that it has transformed itself into a wartime economy. So a lot of its investments are going into defense infrastructure, into arms production, into arms sales. It has, of course, doubled down on fossil fuels. But again, these are not longer term things that are going to work out well for Russia. In the longer term, when this war eventually ends, Russia may still be relatively siloed from the rest of the global economy. It can't only depend on China and India to some degree. There are lots of problems there that could make Russia an unstable partner in the future. Remember, Putin won't stay in power forever, and he has been an incredibly repressive leader. He has thrown people into a meat grinder of a war with not much care for domestic human rights. At some point, that is going to catch up with Russia. And so if you are looking to deal with Russia, you don't want to ignore that.
All right. For now, thanks very much, Ravi Agarwal. It'll be interesting to see over the next 24 hours the reactions. More importantly, what is the outcome of the meetings that we'll have here and how the world and America in particular reacts. For joining us with your perspective from Washington, Ravi Agarwal, it's been a pleasure. All right, that's it then on today's edition. But remember, when it comes to any big news story, when it comes to foreign policy, it's NDTV. The buck stops here. Time for a break.
सल्यूट है जी आप देश की रक्षा में जान लगा देते हैं
और आप
घर घर में तार लगाते हैं जी। ई बीम टेक्नोलॉजी से बनी, न जले न पिघले, सबकी रक्षा करे।
हम सरहद पर लोगों की रक्षा करते हैं और आप देश के अंदर। सैल्यूट तो बनता है जी।
अपार अणुशक्ति फायर प्रोटेक्ट वायर, अपार देश का तार।
Two world leaders, one crucial meet. Putin says Namaste India. The bonhomie, the Big Bang deals.
भारत और रूस हमेशा कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर चले.
Strategic shifts and the global impact. NDTV tracks the high-stakes handshake. Modi-Putin summit on NDTV 24/7.
Other opposition parties.
They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
I don't sugarcoat. I shoot straight and tell you stories the way they need to be told. Unfiltered, unafraid, unmissable. That's how I roll. Watch me, Priyanka Deo, on NDTV World. Namaste.
I just feel very privileged in the film industry, an industry that I'm extremely proud of.
I'm honored to receive this prestigious award.
I feel overwhelmed that the NDTV has chosen me for this very special award.
Thank you so very much. This means a lot to me.
It's a great honor and a great privilege.
Really blessed to get this, and I'm really happy.
This is one of the few moments I'm going to be humble, so please record this properly, guys.
आज का दिन सबसे पहले जो फुट सोल्जर्स, जो प्रिजाइडिंग ऑफिसर्स और जो टीम है उनको सेलिब्रेट करने का है.
And the NDTV Indian of the Year Award 2025 goes to
NDTV Indian of the Year 2025 19 दिसंबर सिर्फ NDTV नेटवर्क पर. Front lines of Kargil, the fury of Operation Sindhu,
So many attacks,
the chaos and cries of disaster zones, to fighter jet cockpits, and the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break, live, unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right and Centre.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area.
North Ukraine.
In France, in Italy.
At Srinagar. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV.
Across the country.
He has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history.
The Congress party today expelled Palakkad MLA Rahul Mamakuttathil from the party in a definitive attempt to draw a line under a serial sexual predator scandal that has haunted the United Democratic Front opposition in Kerala since August. The decision came close on the heels of a district court in Thiruvananthapuram rejecting the MLA's anticipatory bail plea in a rape and coerced termination of pregnancy case based on a complaint filed last week by an acquaintance of his. Trinamool Congress today suspended its MLA Humayun Kabir, who had given a call for constructing Babri Masjid on the 6th of December in the state's Murshidabad district. Trinamool Congress leader and States Minister Firhad Hakim said that he was suspended by the disciplinary committee of the party for his anti-party activities.
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं। उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, द बेस्ट ऐप टू यूज इज द एनडीटीवी ऐप।
21 days in Kashmir. People have bombarded me, friends, with requests for an unfiltered list of things I saw and observed on the ground.
Very special ground report from the line of control. There were some children who've lost limbs in the shelling.
They are now India's smallest but possibly the most powerful crime family. Cough syrup has killed at least 25 children. Gaikwad sahab, ऐसे मत कीजिए. Suddenly people are wondering about the weaponization of India-Pakistan cricket. We live and breathe elections. You will not believe your eyes or ears when I show you what I'm about to do.
And for a country that has fought so many wars in the mountains and at high altitude.
We're standing on the Indian Navy's newest warship.
The line of control, Shiv Arun, NDTV.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind. I pause. I reflect. I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
सल्यूट है जी, आप देश की रक्षा में जान लगा देते हैं।
और आप
घर घर में तार लगाते हैं जी। ई बीम टेक्नोलॉजी से बनी, न जले न पिघले, सबकी रक्षा करे।
हम सरहद पर लोगों की रक्षा करते हैं और आप देश के अंदर। सल्यूट तो बनता है जी।
अपार अणुशक्ति फायर प्रोटेक्ट वायर, अपार देश का तार।
Two world leaders, one crucial meet. Putin says Namaste India. The autonomy, the Big Bang deals.
भारत और रूस हमेशा कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर चले.
Strategic shifts and the global impact. NDTV tracks the high-stakes handshake. Modi-Putin summit on NDTV 24/7.
Pulling us
Other
into
opposition parties.
They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
I don't sugarcoat. I shoot straight and tell you stories the way they need to be told. Unfiltered, unafraid, unmissable. That's how I roll. Watch me, Priyanka Deo, on NDTV World. Namaste.
I just feel very privileged in the film industry, an industry that I'm extremely proud of.
I'm honored to receive this prestigious award.
I feel overwhelmed that the NDTV has chosen me for this very special award.
Thank you so very much. This means a lot to me.
It's a great honor and a great privilege.
Really blessed to get this, and I'm really happy.
This is one of the few moments I'm going to be humble, so please record this properly, guys.
आज का दिन सबसे पहले जो फुट सोल्डर्स, जो प्रिजाइडिंग ऑफिसर्स और जो टीम है उनको सेलिब्रेट करने का है.
And the NDTV Indian of the Year Award 2025 goes to
NDTV Indian of the Year.
Good evening. Welcome to Left, Right and Center. Throughout this evening, we've been tracking the arrival of the Russian President Vladimir Putin to India. It is a very important visit by a very important leader, one of the most important countries as far as India and our foreign policy is concerned. Prime Minister Narendra Modi was at the airport to receive the Russian president. President Putin got into his car, Prime Minister Modi's car, and both went off to his house where there was a dinner which the Prime Minister hosted for the Russian president. The business end of this visit is going to be tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be the day when President Putin and Prime Minister Modi hold the India-Russia summit, the annual summit. There'll also be the India-Russia business summit that's being held parallelly. The Russian president will be given a ceremonial welcome on the forecourt of the Rashtrapati Bhavan at about 9 or shortly after 9 a.m. tomorrow. And then he visits Rajghat as well. And later on in the evening, prior to his departure, he'll be hosted by the President of India at Rashtrapati Bhavan towards the evening, where there'll be a ceremonial banquet before he departs for Russia. So that's what's expected tomorrow. That's the business end of all the developments. Today, in a sense, was all about atmospherics. We've got that wonderful picture on both sides of the screen. One on the left is of what took place in Tianjin a couple of months back, when Prime Minister Modi was in the vehicle of President Putin. But now it's the other way around, with Prime Minister Modi in the vehicle, with President Putin in the vehicle of Prime Minister Modi. So the images on your screen, President Putin arrived in India shortly before 7 p.m. This evening, and then they drove off straight. There was that hug as well. The Prime Minister was waiting for him. Now, you can expect this, or you should assume that this would have been the case, and indeed it was. This is something which the Prime Minister reserves for his closest international partners. Russia is quite clearly one of them. So not only did the Prime Minister greet President Putin at Palam Airport, both traveled with each other. It's a gesture that's been reserved for the Russian president and a few other international leaders. Let's take a look at the bonhomie between the two leaders, not just today, but in the past.
Protocols are formal, friendship is personal. Prime Minister Modi surprised Kremlin with a personal touch to President Putin's welcome in Delhi, breaking set protocols. As Putin walked down the aircraft, Prime Minister Modi waited for him at the tarmac with open arms and a beaming smile. And then the much anticipated hug between the two leaders. A warm bear and tiger tango moment. Prime Minister broke another protocol, and the two leaders travelled in the same car from the airport to the Prime Minister's residence, diving straight into an animated conversation. Then came the money shot, a selfie from inside the car. The two powerhouse leaders beaming and smiling. But travelling in the same car and taking pictures has become sort of a habit for the two friends. Tianjin, just a few months ago, saw the very same moment, Putin giving Modi a ride in his famous Aurus Senat. If Prime Minister broke protocols in Delhi, Putin had waited for 10 minutes for Prime Minister Modi to join him on his ride during the SCO summit. A picture-perfect friendship indeed. NDTV Bureau Report.
Well, what can be expected in this visit? It is an important one. I'm joined in the studio. Roman Volkov is a Russian entrepreneur. He's been living in India for the last couple of years. Ajay Malhotra, former Indian ambassador to Moscow. We've got Dr. Sudhir Mishra, the current and Air Marshal R.G.K. Kapoor. Thank you all very much for being with us. Ambassador Malhotra, let's talk a little bit about trade first, because it's been an unequal trade partnership in the sense that India continues to import much more than Russia does of Indian items, Indian supplies. Of course, Russia is in a war right now, but realistically, by the end of this visit, do you expect that trade imbalance to be addressed substantially?
Vishnu, when you trade, both sides benefit. You agree on a price which the buyer and the seller think is mutually beneficial and advantageous, and then you have a deal, and then trade takes place. So in this case, I wouldn't worry too much about the so-called imbalance, because India benefits from that imbalance. I mean, it would be frankly quite ridiculous if we are trying to remove the imbalance by asking the Russians to curtail oil imports. We are benefiting from that because of the lower price at which we've been buying so far. So, unlike in other cases, I wouldn't say that we need to reduce Russian imports, but perhaps we need to increase Indian exports.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm asking. And that's what needs to be done. We're looking at pharma, we're looking at agriculture, we're looking at automotive components. Is that something that's realistically going to be addressed in this visit, Ambassador?
It will be addressed, but the success rate, I would say, from 5 billion Indian exports, you might get to 7 or 8 billion. But suddenly going up 7 or 10 times, like the Russian exports to us went up because of a purchase of a large quantity of oil, which is very beneficial to us.
Sure.
So in the other direction, I don't see it taking place, except there are a few commodities where we can do well. For example, pharma, fertilizers, importing from them, but pharma from us, some agricultural produce. Shrimp, for example, has great perspective out there. And I'm looking at items where we have, our industry might have suffered due to the sanctions and the tariffs being put by the Americans. So certainly you have textiles and hosiery. You would have food products and seafood in particular. And you would have maybe items like carpets, for example.
Sure.
Or handicrafts that go to USA, which can easily be redirected here and would have a ready market for them.
All right.
But in agricultural products also, there are many out there.
Sure.
Russia needs now, for example, potatoes, pomegranates, and other such items. And we will be happy to provide them.
Yeah. Dr. Mishra,
for example.
Sure. So just give me one moment. Let me keep the strike rotating. Dr. Sudhir Mishra, is a DRDO chair emeritus, but he's also India's BrahMos man. Somebody who's had a decisive role in bringing into our country and developing with the Russians a state-of-the-art weapon system that in fact went on to define a part of Op Sindoor. Dr. Mishra, BrahMos stands for Brahmaputra Moskva. It's technology which was originally Russian but then became very Indian. How did that partnership work in the context of two friendly allies working together on state-of-the-art technology?
Good evening, Vishnu. Before I answer your question, I would like to highlight that we are witness to a second most watched, photo op. The first was between Trump and Putin. Putin was common. This is the second one. Now, to answer the question, we did not do any technology transfer in the case of BrahMos. We did the joint development. You see, I can call it as a first FDI in the defense. It was approximately $150 million way back, about 27 years back in 1998.
Right.
The second thing is we divided the work proportion to the investment. So 50% of the missile has been developed in India by DRDO and is given to BrahMos. So it's a real joint venture, not technology transfer. What makes it different is that we are very ably supported in the development of BrahMos subsystem by DRDO. So we created a separate project, which was working dedicatedly only for the BrahMos program. And the best of the manpower came from DRDO to BrahMos, and they really added to the technical JV apart from the financial JV.
But Dr. Mishra, what was the Russian technology which came along with the missile, which obviously was at the core of the missile itself? For example, the Seeker was initially Russian, now it's Indian. So how did you progress from Russian to Indian tech?
You see, it's a very long story. Dr. Kalam witnessed one engine being developed in erstwhile Soviet Union. And any vehicle which flies in the air, it is made and designed based on the power available. So both the sides, Dr. Kalam and his counterpart, Dr. Yefremov, he decided that we would design the world's fastest, most advanced cruise missile around this engine. So the engine and the seeker means the electronic subsystem which identifies the target. It came from Russia. And rest of the subsystems like guidance, navigation, the aerostructure, all the softwares, onboard computers, navigation systems, and all the certification processes, they were developed in India.
The structure is Godrej, right? The structure was built by Godrej,
yes.
or is built by Godrej, right?
There are many companies like Godrej, L&T, Vem Technologies, Anant Technologies, and there are about 200 companies which are involved in the manufacturing of the subsystems of BrahMos Aerospace.
It's possibly the best and most successful sort of joint development of a weapon system. I'll come back to you in a moment. I just wanted to go across to Roman, who's been waiting very patiently. What are your expectations of this visit?
Yeah, I think this visit is very logical in current circumstances, but business was working 24/7 since past 20 years between Russia and India. Yes, right now we see improvement because, for example, I came from Moscow shifted from Moscow to Delhi to build e-commerce platform in iron and steel. Before that, we were doing this in Russian market. We were the largest one in the trading steel in the e-commerce space. But we shifted to India because we saw huge potential not only in export-import between Russia and India, but also in Indian market itself.
Yeah.
And this is very amazing, like to see how Indian economy is growing.
But Roman, tell me one thing. At the heart of the relationship is the people-to-people relationship. We are all talking about defense and we are talking about trade and oil and sanctions. But being a Russian in India, does it feel like being at home? Maybe not the air pollution, but otherwise.
Yeah, so exactly. I mean, this is one thing which I'm really grateful to India, because here you feel really at home. So people treat you very well. So I think from the first day, and I met thousands of entrepreneurs in India, and I haven't met any kind of wrong kind of relationship. So in terms of relationship, it was very, very like maintaining, very warming.
Yeah.
So this is amazing.
Air Marshal Kapoor, one of the most important weapon systems for India during Op Sindoor was the S-400. That's been a Russian import directly. And even though we don't expect a defense deal, for more Russian S-400 systems now, it certainly seems to be something on the cards. Now, this is important for India because our decision to stick to the S-400, despite American pressure, has 110% worked, right?
Yes, I think S-400 was the game changer. It got its longest surface-to-air kill ever in the world at about 310 kilometers plus. And so there is no doubt that S-400 is a game changer. It's the best air defense system in the world today, just short of what I would say is S-500. But with the current operational philosophy that we have, which is developing of long-range weapons and long-range strike, I think it is important that India gets more of such weapon systems, at least S-400s.
And
in fact, two are yet to come.
Yeah, exactly.
And so those two should be expedited. I think that would be very high on agenda. In addition to probably, I would say, to have some more tech transfer for development of Kusha that we are doing, DRDO. I think this is a great opportunity for two nations to look at some deliverables in co-development and co-production, where India gains in terms of technology transfer, in terms of building up its own technology base to leapfrog into a world standard that awaits us.
All right, gentlemen, thanks very much for being with us. Ambassador Malhotra, I'll request you to hang on for just a few moments. because I wanted to get your views on what we play out next. In 2002, I had the opportunity of interviewing President Putin in the Kremlin. It took place at 2 in the morning. It was a 45-minute interview. And it just strikes me that some of the key themes that we are talking about 23 odd years later, whether it's state-sponsored terrorism from Pakistan, whether it's the proliferation illegally of nuclear technology, of the need for Security Council reform, these are themes. And of course, of Russia's export of its weaponry to China. That's been a factor for us. That remains relevant all these decades later. In a sense, these were important new themes back then. Let's play out that interview and then get a quick couple of reactions. Welcome now to a very special episode of Talking Heads. Joining us for this is the President of Russia, Mr. Vladimir Putin.